Hi! Hello! Welcome in. Today, it is a bit loud. Okay, we're gonna go into settings and just scoot that down a bit more. Hi everyone. Today, we are playing Touchstarved, actually. It's a gothic visual novel with horror elements, and right now it's a demo, so it's not a full game yet. But I really like it, so I decided we're gonna play it on stream. Nagoba has fully appeared. Yes, I have. Welcome in, Jack. Also, I'm gonna try and do voices. I'm not very good at voice, so we'll see how long I can do that. But we'll give it a good old shot. We'll give it a good old try. Rip your voice if you do voice. I mean, I'm okay. It's not gonna be like wonderful. You'll see. It's not gonna be great. If you don't, it's fine. Just don't hurt yourself. Okay, I'll do my best. Alright, so let's get into it. We have a few hours to kill. Yeah, I've been looking forward to this. New game. Disclaimer, streamers and should set to... I don't want to put the music volume to 0. Okay, fine. Fine. Are we gonna risk it? Risk it for the biscuit? We not. No, we won't. Please click. Yes, I know. Red text. More than once. Yes. Thank you. It's a visual novel. It's not that hard. Moon. Submit. Choose your pronouns. They, them. It's a little loud in my ears. There we go. We'll crank it up just a little bit. Fine. This world began to unravel long before you were born. It all started with fogfall. Spectral mist bled from seams where reality wore so thin it split. I just realized I'm a bit high up. Let me just scoot the fuck down. And from that fog emerged monsters. Inhumane beings with unnatural powers. Thank you! I appreciate it! Some possessed language and intellect. Others were mindless beasts, driven by little more than bloodshed. As unrest spread and cities fell, humans cowered in fear while monsters thrived amid the chaos. And there's you. Then there's you. You don't know what you are, but one terrible truth is certain. You were born cursed, with hands that alter the minds of those you touch. Choose your backstory. Yay! Exile, solitary. I've played the Alchemist before, so we won't be doing that. Unnamed. You were raised as an oracle in a remote temple. The priests claimed your touch bestowed enlightenment, but the visiting mages revealed your curse for what it is. Spurred on by the mage world to Flynn in searches with Simon. Zenobia! Never mind, I can't read. You regularly experience unnatural premonitions. Kinship with an elderly hermit who taught you how to survive in the wild. Let's go with the fallen oracle. Your name is Moon. Select the they them pronouns. Your backstory is the unnamed. Is this correct? Yes! The wasteland stretches as far as the eye can see. There's nothing out here but death. The ever-present stench of decay and countless sun-bleached bones cast like seeds across the barren land. I could say death doesn't scare me, but honestly I'm desperate. It's been 2 weeks since I joined a caravan bound across the wastes. Finding a group that would accept me was a trial in itself. I can hide my hands and deflect probing questions. But sooner or later, people always suspect something strange about me. As rations grew sparse and canteens ran dry, tension rose. Despair began to set in until I saw it. Aridia, the city of knowledge, one of the last basins of humanity left in the world, and home to a famous academy called the Cenobium. All the world's knowledge gathered in one place. If there's anywhere I'll find a cure for my curse, it's here. All that stands between me and a new life is a final stretch of salt-soaked wastes. Or so I think, until I see the first tendrils of fog snaking beneath the wagon. Okay, calm down. Is this fogfall? My stomach sinks at the very whisper of it. A silent storm more devastating than fire. Dangerous in cities, but a death sentence beyond them. A thick blanket of fog engulfs us. Snuffing out the lantern's light, the wagon lurches to a stop. An eerie silence, heavy as the mist falls over us. The only warning we get is a strangled scream. Stay back! No! The cry dissolves into wet gurgling. And the wagon violently pitches to the side. I hit the ground hard, and the air punches from my lungs. I open my eyes, adrenaline lends sudden, awful clarity to the carnage around me. A trader I once shared bread with lies face down in the mud, their back reduced to long strips of torn muscle, gleaming bristle and exposed bones. Bodies litter the wasteland. I try to rise, but my ankle explodes with pain, so blinding, light blooms across my vision. Only when my eyes finally adjust do I see the dark shape before me. I would fuck it! Anyhow. A soulless looking... I'm just saying. The soulless stoops over the twisted form of a caravan. Caravaner? That's a word? I freeze, but it swivels its head. A dozen bulging eyes twitch in my direction and blink as one. Is in the Goba's chair whispering, "Slow down, so you can read without stuttering." See, the thing is, I cannot read without stuttering no matter how slow I read. Stuttering! I have a stutter! It's just what it is! It's normally not as noticeable, but by nature I have a stutter. The Solus lets out an ear-splitting shriek and charges me. Right before it reaches me, the beast barrels past, vanishing into the mist. A horse screams in the distance. I need to move now. Head towards the wagon. I take cover beside the wagon, where the air is thick with greasy smoke. Fire eats through the gaping hole, spluttering where lantern oil mixes with brackish water. Every person I see is dead or dying, except one. Oh, Mother, forgive us for our sins. Guide us unto your heart. We are worthy. We are worthy. Well, it's fine then. Thank you. A traveler grovels by the flames, their hands clasped above their head in reverent prayer. I glance upwards towards the gazy lights of Aridia, just visible where the fog runs thinnest. I don't pray, not anymore, but the sight of the city is all the reminder I need. I came too far to die here. Rapid footsteps echo all around me. I turn in circles, frantically searching the opaque mist for the source, but the fogfall twists and stretches around. Suddenly, the caravan's driver bursts forth from the fog. Our eyes meet, too late. He knocks me to the ground and slips in a patch of mud. The Solus instantly falls on him. Happy 3? Your streaming anniversary! I'm so proud of you. Thank you. It's on and off, okay? So I haven't been non-stop streaming for 3 years. I've also just disappeared for a year. But we don't talk about that! Hey Nina. Hey hon. How you doing, my love? Catches the driver by his throat and rakes his stomach with razor-sharp claws. It still counts! True. It comes apart like wet paper, spilling intestines and viscera in the steaming tide. Fighting the urge to heave, I claw frantically through the slippery muck for a handhold. Shit! My hand catches on the jagged edges of a rib jutting up from the floor. Bandages unfurl around the gouge torn deep into my palm. But the pain's quick forgotten when a hand closes around my wrist. Can you stand? The praying traveler leans over me. We need to run! Happy 3-year stream anniversary! Thank you, Jack. I reach for my hand, and I realize it's too late that my bandages have come undone. No, don't touch me! A sensation. That's annoying. Yeah, it is, but we deal with it. It's my fault for fucking around with it. The sensation of their thumb brushing the back of my hand sends a shiver down my spine. All it takes is one touch, and in the space of a breath, my curse takes hold. Croaks! Their lips peel back into a deranged grin. Why is their face like that? Help. It's my curse! If they touch me, they go insane! No, I've seen this face countless times before. This is my curse. Madness of my own making. Their grip on my hand tightens until pain radiates from my knuckles. Ah, this touched it right! That makes sense! Let me go! Suddenly, clammy hands crush my throat, choking off my breath. Die! Spit bubbles at the corner of their mouth and flecks my face. The edges of my vision darken as my lungs shriek for air. Fight them off. This went south so quick. My nail gouges deep into the traveler's wrist, but no matter how much blood I draw, they don't flinch. The more I struggle, the tighter their grip grows. My pulse hammers in my ears, slowing with each thudding beat. This can't be happening. I'm going to die. And not because of the fogfall or the soulless, but because of my curse. Tears sting my eyes. No. Not here. Not like this. And then their hands drop from my neck, leaving me wheezing for air. My lungs burn with each ragged cough. My vision clears and the traveler's face takes shape. Hovering inches from mine, lips still split in that macabre smile, even as blood seeps between their teeth. Hey, farm! I give one last shuddering breath and slump over the claws hooked through their stomach. Fine, I'll drink. I haven't even been reading that long. Oh, you're still here. Cool. The soulless shoves the body aside. Its glowing eyes narrow, as though grinning. There's a flash of claws. Red spills across my vision. I thought there'd be pain, but as I sink into the murky water, all I can feel is the grit of silt filling my mouth, and the icy embrace of shallow water. I spot an arm resting among the outcrop of reeds. Mine, neatly severed at the elbow. Should have taken both arms. Without them, maybe I could have survived. Maybe I could have had a home. Instead, I'll die cold and alone in a desolate wasteland. A fitting end for a monstrosity like me. Wow, we really do not like ourselves. Wow. Roll credits, we died. If this is death, it's not as bad as I feared. The cold is gone. As in, as is the choking stench of bog water. I could drift forever, cocooning in oblivion, until all thought and sensation vanish. No curse, nobody howling at me in madness and terror, nothing at all. The thought has a terrible appeal to it. But I take a reflective breath, and air pours into my lungs, then out again in a ragged gasp. Feeling comes floating back. Warm cloth on my bare skin, a firm surface underneath me, a strange tang of sulfur in the air. Do not be afraid. I twist my head towards the voice. Tears flood my bleary eyes with the bright glow of lamplight. Try not to move. The voice is calm. You cute bean hi-fi! The voice is calm, steady, and commanding. But more importantly, it's a stranger's voice. One thought cuts through my mental fog. I have no idea who this is, and I'm completely at their mercy. My words come out in little more than a creaky whisper. I clamp down my mouth shut, facing how weak and helpless I sound. No. Wait, wrong person. He said no, not me. Never mind. No? Who the hell is this? Lie back down. I let myself slump back against the thin pillow, wincing when the motion jolts my head. Ah, a cooperative patient. Thank you. The words swim in one ear and out the other, without much comprehension. I pull the sheets up higher, wiping my eyes until my vision clears. The stranger towers over my prone form. Firm light limits his limbs. Limbs? Limbs? L-I-M-N-S? Limbs. Limnus? I don't know that word. His pristine medical coat. I instinctively shrink back, and that's when I realize that I'm completely naked, except for a thin linen sheet. Naked, lying in a low cot, with a pair of sharp golden eyes watching my every move. The man's gaze flickers to my exposed, unbandaged hands. I plunge my hands under the sheet, though it's too late. You must have noticed what they look like. Estranged, cursed, inhuman. I brace myself for his inevitable disgust, but his courteous smile lingers. He just watches in placid silence as I struggle to make sense of my surroundings. Where am I? Who are you? Be calm. You're safe here. Whoever this is, he clearly has no idea who or what I am. I've never been safe anywhere, with anyone. Even the shrine of my childhood turned out to be a horrific lie. I scowl, pulling the sheets protectively around myself. Where are my clothes? The man's golden eyes narrow slightly. A sharp sigh rustles the papers in his hands. I see you're not to be dissuaded. Your clothes were torn to shreds when I found you, but I procured replacements. He is so handsome! Oh. With a soft creak, he rises from his chair, giving me a better view of my surroundings. This looks like a medical clinic. Bottles of silvery alchemical concoctions line the counters in neat rows. The air makes my nose twitch, a faint whiff of smoke and something distinctly metallic. Look at him! Oh, he is... Oh my goodness, I love him. He is very handsome. Another handsome doctor to simp over. Oh, wonderful. The doctor produces a large dense bundle of cloth, which he sets at the foot of my cot. He's easily a head taller than most, and I have to crane my neck to look at him. Thank you. I should be polite if I can, especially since I don't know who this is, what he can do, and what he wants from me. Meeting his gaze sends a hot frisson down my spine. Something about him nags at me, Like a half-formed memory I can't place. Thank you. You're very welcome. I will leave you to get dressed. With a curt nod, he leaves through the narrow door. I hear a soft click as the lock turns behind him. And I don't hear any more footsteps. I reach for a bundle of clothes. An itch on my elbow stops me short. I reach down absently to rub at it, then freeze when my fingers meet a neat line of stitches. Wait, he touched my arm and he didn't go insane. Okay. I know what I saw. That beast took my arm clean off. And yet, the limb shows no sign of injury, apart from the black stitches poking through my skin. I gingerly flex my fingers, feeling my heart race at the sensation. This is impossible. I should be dead. At the very least, gasping at my last breath. I squeeze my eyes shut, waiting for the pleasant dream to unravel, to wake up and find myself bleeding out in the swamp. But nothing happens. The seconds tick by and my arm remains resolutely healed. My surroundings pristine and quiet. In numb disbelief, I grab the replacement clothes and begin stiffly pulling them on. They're thicker and warmer than mine were, bundled with a black woolen cloak. There's one thing that's still missing, my bandages. The doctor didn't leave me with any, though I know he saw my hands. I slide off the bed and take a few unsteady steps towards one of the drawers. If this is indeed a doctor's clinic, there must be bandages somewhere. I start opening the drawers at random, and of course, that's when the door swings open. Are you looking for something? I roll around, clutching a thick roll of clean bandages. I try to step back from him, but my legs bump up against the cot. Your caution is understandable. Though, if I meant you any harm, you would know. That doesn't make me feel any better. That doesn't make me feel better in the slightest, but he makes no move towards me, so I quickly wind the bandages around my hands. The glowing scars and mottled skin disappear under a layer of clean white cotton. May I ask why you need additional bandages? I can help if you tell me what ails you. I doubt it. Traveling to Iridia was a gamble born of desperation rather than hope. Nothing has come close to curing my curse. And yet, my left arm twitches. The arm that was severed before my very eyes. The doctor's unblinking gaze follows my every move. It's clear he won't drop this without some sort of answer. The bandages protect me. They warn others to stay away. I've tried every way of covering my hands, and this works best. Most people avoid touching me as soon as they see the bandages. An illness, then? Or less mundane affliction spread by contact? I flinch. It doesn't even sound surprised, and that's far too close to the truth for comfort. I will not answer. I will not amuse you, sir. Well, it's personal, and I don't really want to get into it. I have treated every affliction under the sun, and may have answers that you do not. An involuntary snort of laughter escapes me. Where would I even begin? Would he even believe me if I told him? I shake my head. I need to know more about this doctor before he figures me out. Who are you? You may call me Karash. And where exactly am I? Iridia, which I assume was your caravan's destination. I can think of nowhere else for a group of travelers to go. Iridia, so I made it to the City of Knowledge after all. I should feel relieved, but all I can manage is a vague sense of increasing unease. How did I end up here? I brought you to my clinic, of course. You were the only survivor from the caravan, barely hanging on to life. You needed immediate treatment. Which you provided. Yes. He says it so simply, as if I'm a small child and he's explaining basic additions to me. I try to flex my fingers on my recently healed arm. Aside from being a bit stiff, it feels nice. thoroughly attached to me. You're saying that you stitched my arm back on? Bingus! Hi, Daka. Pardon? A soulless attacked the caravan. It ripped everyone to shreds. It tore my arm clean off. Thank you. But when I woke up here, a trail of bewildered. I've never heard of any magic that could heal a mortal wound. The doctor, Karash, pinches the bridge of his nose. He sits back down in his chair quiet for a long time. I do not know where you come from, but Iridia is the city of knowledge, and deadly secrets alike. Information is power, and one should not give or receive it freely. I cast Become a Granite. Since you refuse to divulge your secrets, I will not divulge mine. I do not even know your name. I was just... You are new to Iridia, so I will overlook the specific breach of etiquette. Do not expect others to extend the same courtesy. Do you understand? I glance at my freshly bandaged hands. Loath though I am to admit it, he has a point. I am a complete stranger to him, yet he saved my life. I take a deep, steadying breath. This time when I speak, I sound a bit more like myself. Moon. My name is Moon. It's a pleasure to meet you, Moon. There's a little more warmth in his smile, his polite demeanor back in an instant. Thank you for saving me. I chance a smile in return. Even if he won't explain how he did the impossible, there's no doubt in my mind that I'd be dead if not for Karash. Think nothing of it. I'm not sure if he's just being excessively courteous, but his words only raise more urgent questions. I have to ask, why did you save me? You don't know me. The question seems to startle Karash. I could hardly leave you to die in the wastes. Assisting those in need is the very essence of a doctor's duty. I've never met a doctor who also handed out free clothes. My fingers find the edges of the cloak. There's a subtle but delicate embroidered pattern around the hem. I try not to think about what price Karash might demand for such well-made clothes. No, I suppose not. Forgive my presumption. I rarely come across such fascinating patients. I blink. What did he just say? I simply meant that few would cling to life so resolutely, or face such a perilous journey to Iridia. I could not help being curious about you, Moon. His voice dips into a soft murmur, and he abruptly looks away from me. You're pretty curious yourself. You're pretty curious yourself, am I? Well, I haven't forgotten about my arm. I wiggle my intact fingers at him. Clearly not. But you haven't asked me for any payment yet. I require none from you. Travelers do not have an abundance of coin, and leaving you destitute in that strange place would be unethical. I fall silent, unsure of what to say. Nobody would help a horror like me for free. There has to be some kind of catch. Or trick, right? A loud knock at the front door stops our conversation cold. It spares me from having to say anything else. Duty calls. Unfortunately, you are not my only patient today. The knocking grows more insistent, and Christ lets out a tired sigh. Please wait. Though he says it quietly, the clamor on the other side of the door abruptly stops. Do you need anything before you leave? Oh! Between the solid attack and my miraculous survival, I'd almost forgotten why I came to Iridia in the first place. I need direction to the Cenobium. The Cenobium. The look on his face is downright chilling. He pauses, choosing his words with cold deliberation when he speaks again. Whatever you seek, it is very unlikely you'll find it there. Cenobium's gate opened for precious few visitors, and even if they opened for you, you would not like what you found inside. My heart sinks. Is he saying that I came all this way for nothing? Risked life and limb for nothing? No, that can't be it. I've only just arrived, and Iridia is the largest city still standing. There has to be a cure for me here. Then if not the Cenobium, where would you suggest? Do you know anyone else in Iridia? I shake my head. Then I suggest a local guide. Head to the Wet Wig and ask for Leander, the leader of the Adderstones. Excuse me, the Wet what? The Wet what? The Wet Wig. He sounds deeply unamused. Follow the Adderstones postings. They are difficult to miss. When you meet Leander, tell him I sent you. That isn't much to go on, but Kuras points towards the back door. You will be safe, so long as you do not draw attention to yourself. That's easier said than done. False been a magnet for the worst sort of attention. If you require my assistance, you may return whenever you wish. Though he's smiling, there's a note of finality in his voice. Resigned to my dismissal, I slip out the back door. We're outside, touching grass. I find myself standing in a narrow, rather gloomy alley. I pull the new cloak up to my nose. Sees moon streaming, goes and streams, sees weird horny games turn. It's not a horny game! It is actually not this time. There's no horny in here. There's intimacy, sure, but there's no horny. So, get fucked. I find myself standing in a narrow and rather gloomy alley. I pull the new cloak up over my nose, stepping over the contents of an emptied chamber pot. Something weighs heavily inside one of the cloak's pockets. My coin purse. Bye! A realized coin that I'd scraped together for the journey of Iridia is still inside. The purse doesn't even look like it was opened. There were so few coins to begin with. They probably weren't worth stealing. I glanced back at the clinic's closed door. Kuras didn't even take any payment. He didn't even ask me for a future favor. But he also said that in Iridia, secrets are power. Does he expect me to give him mine at some point? It's not exactly a comforting thought. Still, no matter why he did it, Kuras gave me a second chance, and a lead on where I might find help. I better get going before he changes his mind. I squeeze out of the alley and into the crowded main street. The line outside Kurash's clinics stretches down the road. Two thin peddlers queue alongside weathered elders. If any place is in desperate need of a free clinic, it's this one. The cobblestones are treacherously rough under my feet, deep grooves worn between them by regular flooding and decades of hard use. I knew Iridia was a river city, but I didn't expect it to look so eroded. The buildings are tired and dilapidated, all cramped together in narrow streets. There's something else. A charge in the air, like the shift in pressure before the storm. It's subtle, little more than a faint, persistent thrumming, that can't seem to shake the sensation. A child darts by, clutching something greasy wrapped in paper. The smell of fried food drifts over me, and my stomach gives a faint gurgle. This morning's catch, fried up, hot and fresh. Not too many eyeballs today. That sounds disgusting. But I'm starving, so I duck my head under the stall's grubby awning. A large fish leers up at me, its three bulging eyes still visible through the thick layer of crispy batter. The vendor gives me a gap-toothed grin. What's the cheapest thing you've got? The vendor points at a metal basket of what looks like long strips of savory fried dough. Fresh long lads, 3 copper apiece. Don't burn your mouth. I take the coins out, count them gingerly. At this rate, I might not be able to afford dinner. Reluctantly, I drop the payment on the counter and take my meal. 2 streets later, I pass under a broad iron archway, adorned with dangling garlands of red and pink lilies. The building in this quarter are a dizzying riot of color, painted walls, and tinted glass everywhere I look. Sheer red and pink curtains flutter open in open doorways. Musical voices call out invitingly. Incense mingles with the pungent scent of flowers, barely covering the salt and musk of warm bodies. Oh! This must be Iridia's entertainment district. Sure, you can call it that. I'm sure you want to call it an entertainment district. If people get their entertainment, that's for sure. That's certainly a thing. Entertainment I'm too fucking broke for. I'm polishing off my food and dusting the crumbs off my hand when I spot a poster. It features the silhouette of a smiling man wearing a single dagger-like earring and the word The Adderstone printed above his head. If Leander is the leader of the Adderstone, then the face printed on the poster is likely his. I follow the line of identical posters around the corner and nearly hit my head on the precariously dangling wood sign. Looking up, faded orange letters read, The Wet Wig. The facade of the building looks like it's seen better days, but I hear faint music and laughter coming from inside. It's not even midday yet, and the wig is packed. We're gonna also options. It's a bit loud. It's a little loud. There we go. A loose collection of Iridians crowd the bar, taking up tables and gathering in the spaces between. They speak amongst each other in hushed voices, their faces drawn and grave. I can sense their apprehension even without hearing their words. Accusatory? Cursory? Another word I don't know. Doesn't turn up anyone with a dagger-shaped earring, and I'm considering searching the bar when a loud voice carries across the room. Now, I'm not no prior or curator. I'm not much for paperwork and pencil pushing. And honestly, I don't even think those robes come in my size. Valid point. I crane my neck and the crowd is too dense for me to see the speaker. Gather around, I want to show y'all something. There's no time to move out of the way. The audience surges towards the center of the room in sudden torrent. I'm caught and swept along with them. Hey! A clattering of falling chairs and tables being shoved aside drowns out my complaints. I thrash and throw out my elbows as heavy bodies press into mine. My hips knock into a table. I grab it, holding on tight to steady myself. But the crowd has stilled. A pair of gilded boots stride across the tabletop. If you want nothing but guidelines and practical policies and needless bureaucracies, you know where to go. I drag my eyes upwards. I love him. I love him! He's gonna hurt me! I know he is! He is so handsome! He is just so handsome. I can't. He is so handsome. He... I love him! I swear, once this gets voice acting, I'm gonna die. Which it will, by the way. This game is supposed to come out next year, and it's gonna have partial voice acting, so very excited for that. A man towers on the table in front of me, arms spread as he addresses his rapt audience. I'm not going to wait for a word from on high. His impassioned words provoke nods and excited whispers. But nothing is as captivating as his brilliant smile. He beams at the crowd around him, a performer on his makeshift stage. And unlike those clerics, I don't need the abyssal approval to cast a spell or two. He raises his hands above the audience. The dagger-shaped earring dangling from his left ear catches a light in a flash of gold. See, it seems I have found Leander. It's my husband! That heart rate spike. What can I say? I love this guy. Leander. He's my husband. He's gonna break my heart into a million pieces. And I can't wait. I love him. These are our streets. We make our own luck here. He snaps, and a flash of pale green light erupts from his hand. I'm so chill. No, it's fine. It's fine. With a flick of his wrist, Leander conjures a ribbon of glittering light. A delicate flower stem spreads between his pinched fingers. One by one, glowing lily petals unfurl. Leander raises the flowers with a flourish, and the bar bursts into clapping and cheers. A magic demonstration was the last thing I expected from a place called the Wet Wig. Leander plucks his simmering flowers out of the air and turns in a slow circle. Now, who could use some good luck? Eager onlookers scoot closer to the table, but Leander's cool green eyes slide right over them and lock onto me instead. How about you? My chest grows tight. Suddenly I'm in the spotlight. We'll be a brat. Thank you, Nina. We'll be a brat. We'll refuse the flowers. Just to see what it'll do. I'm good. Thank you. Just, no thanks. I choose life. No, I don't think I will. Not your golden hands on purpose. No. Tempting offer, but no thank you. I'm good. I don't need luck. Leander smile widens, as though he didn't hear me at all. Are you sure? But as he speaks, the lilies fade away in a shower of opalescent light. To my surprise, Leander laughs under his breath. That's the problem with flowers. They don't last long, but they leave an impression, right? He grins at me, and I find myself smiling back. Give me 5 minutes with this man in a room, I swear to God, he's not gonna survive. Look at that face! I just want to bite him. Just bite. Leander steps up the table, dropping among the excited crowd with a clink. Alright, show's over. Back to work, everyone. The audience disperses, and Leander heads towards the bar. Now's my chance. I start after him, only to find myself face to face with one of his followers. Where do you think you're going? I need to talk to Leander. Uh-huh, you and half of Lowtown. Leander's busy right now. At our own business. Come back tonight. After a moment we shared, surely Leander can spare a word. Okay. MC, it's not that deep. The moment you shared? What moment? He looked into your eyes and you exchanged like 3 words. Calm down. Okay, calm the fuck down. But the follower crosses her arms, unmoved. I glance over her shoulder, hoping to catch a glimpse of Leander. As though sensing my gaze, he looks up, and for a moment, our eyes lock. Then Leander turns away to murmur something to the group gathered around him. The follower moves to block my view. You hear me? I'm not looking for trouble. This Dr. Courage said I should find Leander. That's... She's interrupted by a hand resting on her shoulder. Courage sent you. He said you could help me. Leander nods at the woman, and he steps aside wordlessly. Follow me. He leads me to the crowded bar. There's so little room that his broad shoulders press against mine. I tense, but he doesn't seem to mind at all. Tee-hee! Tee-hee! I mean, he couldn't press against me all at once. I'm just saying. There's so little room. Oh, I already read that. My bad. Sorry about that. The other stone watch out for one another. But they can be overprotective at times. Lesson learned. Leander flashes me a broad grin. You're new to already, aren't you? He says it with a genuine air of curiosity. Do I stick out that much? No, but I'm certain I'd remember seeing a face as lovely as yours around Lowtown. Fuck you, Smooth. My eyes drop to the polished countertop. I'm not used to flattery, and being this close makes eye contact difficult. Eye contact is always difficult. As if on cue, the bartender approaches us. What will it be? Surprise me, but anything my friend points to my tab. Water. I'd like some water. Water's fine. While the bartender leaves to fix our drinks, Leander leans his elbows on the counter. The sleeves right up, revealing a long raised scar. I catch myself following its dwindling path across its forearm. Leander's eyes wander over mine in return. When I look on my bandaged hands, a bitter taste rises in my throat. Here come the questions. Is there any chance Karash sent you here for cheap drinks or barely edible appetizers? No. He pushes his hair back from his forehead, sighing when it immediately falls back into place. Happy 3 years, hi Lychee! Welcome in! Hi! Thank you. That's the doctor for you. Always business. I'm not sure he even knows how to relax. The bartender pushes a pair of glasses our way. I don't realize how thirsty I am until the cool water touches my lips. Beside me, Leander takes a deep swig of his glass. So, how can I help you? I need to get to the Cenobium. As soon as the word Cenobium leaves my mouth, the group standing nearby falls silent. From the worried look thrown my way, it's clear I've broken some taboo. It had to be the Cenobium. Leander pushes away from the counter. Let's continue this conversation outside. I rise to follow him. Leander leads me into an alleyway tucked behind a wet wig. Layers upon layers of frayed and faded Adderstone posters plaster the wall. Seeing them side by side, the resemblance between Leander and his printed likeness is impressive, if abstract. Courage didn't send you here to ask for a personal escort to Cenobium, did he? From his tone, he already knows the answer. No, he suggested I reconsider. Yet here you are, asking about a guide anyway. He looks at me expectantly. I don't want to tell him about my curse. The less people know about my monstrous capabilities, the better. Thankfully, Leander takes my reluctant silence as an answer. Are you aware of Iridia's particular currency? Information's worth its weight in gold here. Private! Hi! It's been a while! How have you been? I don't much care for outdated traditions, so I'll be completely honest. The Cenobium won't help you. I'm more likely to torture you than lend you a hand. But the Cenobium supposed to be a place of learning, a sanctuary. Cenobium has always been heralded as the last basin of human knowledge, a shining beacon of hope in a fading world. If any place held answers, it would be the Cenobium. That's why I came here. Leander nods patiently. You're not the first person to fall for their propaganda. They look cute. Hey, stars! Welcome in! It's been a while. You mean Leander? Because then, yes, he does. I grew up idolizing the Cenobium. I wanted nothing more than to join their ranks, to learn magic from the best, to make a real difference. I was young and blinded by legends and legacy. I was so damn naive. He shakes his head. It has been. It's good to see you again. Also, congratulations on 3 years of streaming. Thank you. It's been 3 years. God damn. I've been here for so long. All it took was one trip here, to Lowtown, to show me the truth. Unless you've got a heavy purse or highborn blood, the snowman doesn't give a damn. Ooh, I just looked up the other characters. Oh, congrats! Thank you! They'll never open their gates for the ones who need help the most. It's all a lie? Things that seem too good to be true are often just that. Such a simple statement, yet at least more revealing. Leander watches me as though weighing something in his mind. But that doesn't mean you're hopeless. Far from it. And many more, that's the plan! I founded the Adderstones to help people like you. We settle disputes, slay feral souls as hell. We've even been known to patch a leaky roof or two. Whatever troubles you, we can help. Free of charge. I'm shaking my head before he's even finished his speech. My patience is wearing dangerously thin. I appreciate the offer, but my problem can be solved by a group of good Samaritans. To my chagrin? Leander doesn't look remotely surprised. Then you're looking for help with something serious. Something not even Karash could crack. Must be a truly remarkable problem if you came all the way to Iridia searching for help. Tell me, how can I help you? Leander may not work for the Cenobian, but he is a mage. A powerful one, if his demonstration earlier is any indication. Indecision gnaws at me. I don't know if I can trust him. But it's not like I have any alternatives. I hate to admit it, but this might be my only path forward. My confession comes out in a straight whisper. I'm cursed. He looks me up and down, taking my face, my eyes, and finally my hands. Is that why you bandage your hands? My touch is dangerous. It changes people. It hurts them. Before I've even finished, Leander pulls his left glove off. He flexes his fingers and grins. Alright, let's see it. As he offers me his hand, a prismatic flash of magic ripples across his palm, but I'm already shrinking backwards. I can't. I don't care how confident Leander is, I won't allow myself to hurt him. To see his kind face unrecognizably warped. I don't want to hurt you. I'll be fine, trust me. I've seen enough curses and hexes to last me 2 lifetimes. But I'm still standing. Do you really think Karash would send you here if I couldn't handle it? How should I know? I only met him today. It's twice as good as any Cenobian mage. If anyone can help you, it's me. You don't even know what you're asking of me. I'm asking you to trust me. I look from Leander's outstretched hand to his confident smile, then begin unwinding the bandages from my hand. If you lose control, don't say I didn't warn you. You can tie me up first if it makes you feel better. One chance! I'm asking you one chance! Wild statement to say, by the way, to someone you just met. It's a casual. I mean, if you want to tie me up, I'm fine with that. Oh, Leander. His attempt at levity was a little to comfort me. With each joint I expose, I grow increasingly certain that this is a terrible idea. But if he's bothered by how my hands look, he doesn't show it. Alright, deep breaths. On my count. My fingers hover shakily over Leander's palm. 3, 2, 1. Touch. I tap his palm once. As quick as possible. It's barely more than a brush, but it's all it ever takes. Heart racing, my eyes dart to his face, but Leander only smiles gently. See? It can't be. When I reach for his palm again, Leander catches my wrist before I can pull back. I told you, there's really nothing to worry about. He trails off when my thumb grazes the soft skin of his inner wrist. I search Leander's face for traces of madness, but his eyes remain a clear, soft green. Neither of us speak as I trace the contours of his palm, lost in an awareness I wasn't anticipating. It's not as though I've never been touched before. My curse only extends to my hands, and desperation spurs creativity. But all that pales in comparison to this. Never experienced such intimacy. My fingers, long deprived by years of bandaging, pick up every single detail. The grooves along his palm, the smooth shell of his nails, the bone in his wrist. For as long as I've lived, I've never been able to hold someone's hand without dire consequences. I never realized what I was missing. While Leander pulls is steady, mine hammers as fear gives away to excitement. More touching! Yes! Do we do more touching? My hand glides over Leander's wrists and up his arm where smooth skin abruptly gives away to raised scar. Not just the one that runs from his collar to his cheekbone. Could it be the same wound? I glance at Leander's face, his lips part as he considers his words. Am I the first person you've been able to touch like this? My hand goes still on his arm. So far. Then, is it everything you ever wanted? I'm gonna eat him. Cannibalism! When I nod, Leander turns my hand in his to inspect the gleaming fissures crisscrossing my knuckles. There's no revulsion in his face, no fear. He looks up at me and grins. It's not every day I meet someone as enticing as gold. He winks and lets me go. I draw my hand back and take a steadying breath. My head feels like it's stuffed with cotton. Cheeky chomp. Just a bite. I swear. Just one bite. Also, he called us precious as gold because her scars are gold. Oh my god. I'm gonna kill him. Habit alone guides me through the motions of rewrapping my hand. Until my fingers tremble too much for the bandages to lie flat. I can't believe that worked. I've really forgotten my manners. May I ask your name? I'm Moon! Moon, this curse of yours is unlike anything I've ever seen before. I can tell you're careful, but it's best you kept this between us. Are you staying in Lowtown? I pause. Room and board was something I'd yet to consider. I don't know. Let's get you properly settled then. The wake is noticeably quieter. Without their leader, most of Leander's followers have dispersed, or, in a few cases, fallen asleep beside their drink. Got any room left, or did my lot grab them all to sleep it off? The bartender, who I now realize doubles as an innkeep, sights a key onto the counter. The usual room? Leander laughs, sounding slightly strange. No, not today. This is just from a friend Moon. Right, stay as long as you like. You two have fun. I'm sure we will. One chance. I just need one chance. Have fun? Leander clears his throat and holds the key out to me. I hesitate. My coin purse barely holds enough for a day's worth of meals, let alone a room. How much do I owe you? Nothing. My treat, since you shared your secret. Food, drink, a warm bed, anything you need. Carefully, I take the key from him. It's small but heavy in my palm. I never expected to have a warm bed in Iridia, let alone free meals. Thank you. Iridia is twice as dangerous as this wonder is. Be careful out there. If you need a reprieve from what haunts you, come find me. I nod, taking one last look at the gleaming bronze key before tucking it into my pocket of my cloak for safekeeping. Leander gives me a friendly wave before returning to the bar. Your Honor, I love him! Dust glitters in the spars. Alright, I need to get back to work. I'm going to head back to work, so I'm going to work. Good luck with your game, and happy 3-year anniversary. Thank you! I hope to pop in to your stream. Soonish! You always stream at times when I'm unable to join. Dust glitters in the sparse, I hate that word, rays of light illuminating the room. The furniture is tired, the walls cracked, and the large lumpy bed serves as a centerpiece. I can't remember the last time I slept in a bed, but I never imagined I'd sleep in one tonight. When I collapse onto the bed, the spring let out a shrill squeak. Finally, I can allow myself to rest. Sorry, I'll be streaming dead. Everything's in. Ooh! My eyes fall shut before long. Good luck at work! I wake up to pale sunlight filtering through the narrow windows. Despite the clamor of the tavern below, the precious hours of rest have restored my strength and gifted me a flicker of cautious optimism. If I play my cards right, today could be the day I get closer to finding a cure. I quickly hide out of the wet wick. Ah! The air clings, sodden and heavy with a lingering scent of rain. Without the afternoon crowd, the district looks barren and bleak. In the middle of the street, a pair of crows quibble over stale bread crusts. I pause, watching them while I consider my next move. Kirash and Leander both made it clear that the Cenobian can't be trusted, but I came so far and endured too much to give it up now. I need to see the Cenobian for myself, if only to satisfy my curiosity. Surely someone in the bar can point me in the right direction. I'm about to turn back when a shadow passes over me. A cloud, I think, until a puff of hot breath tickles the back of my neck. The shadow trickles down the street in rivulets, formless, dark, spreads like ink into blotted shapes. Claws stretch, a muzzle splits open to reveal long, jagged teeth. A growl rumbles so low and deep I can feel it in my chest. I want to run, to scream, but I feel trapped, so the slightest movement or breath will snap the jaws around me shut. I won't let it end like this. If I'm going to die, I want to look what got me in the eye first. I steel myself and turn. The shadow vanishes as quickly as it came, and I'm now standing in the middle of the street, alone, save for a figure reclining in the shade of a nearby stoop. Hello, my not-so-husband. More like bestie energy. Anyhow, hi, Fear! Hello. A monster, that much is clear from a glance. One that could nearly be mistaken for human, were it not for the tufted ears. His tail curled around his ankle, or the dusk pink eyes with pupils that sharpen like needles when they fall on me. The look gazes and the monster uncrosses his long legs. His hair gleams a shade of red that reminds me unsettlingly of blood where it curls around his colored throat. Jumpy, aren't you? Stone is so light and carefree that I glance over my shoulder to make sure he's speaking to me. When I look back, the stranger props his chin on his knuckles and regards me with an inscrutable grin. Did you see that shadow just now? It was massive, moved like a beast. Even as I speak, I'm aware of how ridiculous I must sound, but the stranger's smile does not falter. The only beasts I've seen here are the wax-drooling regulars. No, this did catch my eye. With a flick of his wrist, my in-room key dangles from his finger. It turns on its chain, glittering when it catches the light. My hands fly to my cloak's pocket, and sure enough, find them flat. Crooks his finger beckoning. I've already taken 2 steps forward before some stifled instinct stops me. Something feels wrong. I'm still on the edge, thrumming with so much adrenaline that the stranger's shadow flickers at the edges of my vision. I always seem to attract the worst kind of attention, but I can't get it right now. Who said that's my key? Who said that's mine? He smiles wide enough to reveal sharp fangs. I saw you drop it. You really should be more careful. City like this, somebody might take advantage. A bald-faced lie, said without a hint of irony. I approach the monster, careful to keep an arm's length away. He doesn't look dangerous, but the most deadly one never do. The stranger's chain softly clinks with the tilt of his head, his ears flank. Keeping your distance? It's me! I'd be stupid to trust you. You think I stole your dinky little key from all the way over here? He gives an exaggerated sigh. I'm good with my hands, but not that good. I really look like a common thief to you. He's got me there! The sheer fabric of his sleeves alone would be too expensive for most street thieves. Hell, his shoes look like they cost more than I spent traveling here. And then there's the shop behind him. No matter the city, parted pink curtains only ever mean one thing. I'm not looking to buy. And I doubt I could afford your services anyway. Lucky for you, I don't charge. The man turns the tip of his tongue over a fang. For the first time since I stepped into that shadow, I feel something other than dread. My face grows hot. I didn't mean to assume. I'm flattered, really. Do you think you could pay to bet my ears? I just need my key back. Ask nicely, and I might even let you tuck my tail. Just throw it here! So some spindly little sea urchin can snatch it and run. He raises my key and tilts his head so he can watch it dangle back and forth. I suppose I could just claim your room for myself. Not that I'd be caught dead slumming in the wig with the rest of those slack-jawed imbeciles. You're obviously not from around here, so tell me, traveler, what misfortune brought you to this wretched place? His voice practically drips with derision. I'm not telling you anything. What could have possibly drawn you to this dreary little pig pen, I wonder? He listlessly watches the arc of my key swinging around his finger. The weather's shit, the fruit's dreck, and there's entirely... You weren't Hi. Hello. Hey, Lazy, welcome in. Hi. Damn. The weather's shit. The food's dreck. I'm sorry. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. Don't worry about it. The food's dreck, and there's entirely too many monsters for a human to feel safe. Unless... I have a friend with almost the same name, so... Danger's sharp eyes flick towards me. Unless you're her. In which case, my statement stands. If not, I apologize. Dagger sharp eyes flick towards me. They gleam bright with amusement. Unless you're already dying. Unless you're just dying to consort with monsters. By now my embarrassment has worn away, leaving simmering impatience in its place. If this is a shakedown, it's the most infuriating one I've ever heard of. Walk away. Bye, bitch! His grin widens as I want to take a step forward. I knew you'd... And crumples as soon as I walk past him. He's real like, oh wow, you're playing a lot. Never mind, goodbye. Where are you going? Don't you want your key back? I can feel his eyes boring into my back. As much as I'd hate to lose my lodging, it wouldn't be the first time I've resorted to sleeping on the street. Wait! What do you want? When I look over my shoulder, the monster has risen from the stoop. Is he blushing? He hesitates, lips parted. Our eyes meet for a heartbeat before his eyes dart away. The tip of his tail thrashes against the ground. Don't get the wrong idea. I was only playing. I never meant to offend you. He says it carelessly. I don't miss the way he studies my face for a reaction. I thought you were flirting. Seemed more like you were flirting. Is that so? Well, I must admit, it's not every day I meet someone quite like you. Like me? The stranger person responds. How do I put this? You have an air of someone at the end of their rope. Did you come to Iridia in desperate search for something? My mouth suddenly feels dry. I could be the answer, you know. Oh, he is flirting! I should have seen where this was going. How did you know I'd spent all my money starved and nearly died in the swamp just so I could crawl into bed with the first thirsty monster I met? That earns me a burst of breathy laughter. He gazes at me under his dark lashes. Aren't you funny? Could you be any more obvious? I've been told subtlety's not my strength. So, your place or mine? I'll pass. Tempting, but no. And he still smiles, undeterred. The more he flirts, the more convinced I become that this is some kind of trap. No matter how innocent monsters look, they always have tricks up their sleeves. Something tells me that this one's more dangerous than that song, even if he has a lovely laugh. I don't know what you want or why you're messing with me. But I'm not coming any closer until I know you aren't going to attack me or bite. I won't bite unless you beg me. No matter what I say, he finds a way to twist my words into innuendo. Even when I'm silent, he goes on as though we're having a conversation or the standoff. Do you like dancing? There's a traveling troupe over me in Hightown tonight. Their luteus is utterly exquisite. Truly a performance to die for. There's life in this dreadful place, if you know where to look. It's like you know the city well. The monster's gaze flickers from me to the key hanging from his fingers. Naturally, the stump was a little more than a miserable little smear on a map when I first arrived. Hightown, Lowtown, I know Iridia like the back of my hand. What about the Cenobium? Do you know where that is? His smile vanishes. Surely you've seen it. The absurdly large tower looming over the rest. It's a little hard to miss. It must mean that spire in it when I first got sight of Iridia. The Cenobium's overrated. Forget about it. I can show you things those stuffy birds in their limp-dick tower couldn't even dream of. What do you say? How about the two of us have a little adventure? I booked it like next year. I have space never, actually. I've already got plans. Oh, you have some pressing matters at the Cenobium. Lunch dates with librarian, tea time with the most esteemed Opsis. That's my business. What's it matter to you? Square my shoulders, and the amusement bleeds out of him. Your loss. The stranger, finally bored of his own tedious game, extends his hand towards me. The key rests on his palm, neatly dividing skin and leather. And he makes no other move. He reaches for the key, but as soon as my fingers graze smooth brass, his hand springs shut around my eyebrow. Blech. Hey! He yanks me down, and I stagger, my shoes slipping on the steps. For a sick moment, I fear my bandages will unravel near his touch, but he's careful not to disturb them even as he grips my arm. I knew I smelled blood. You reek of the road. And death. And that fucking doctor. His voice, once silken, lowers to a smoky growl. The shadows around him seethe and boil. And something else. He murmurs against my throat, nose grazing my jaw. His breath trails down my neck, sending a thrill of dread through me. His wide, flat eyes gleam with naked hunger as he gazes at me. Let go! This one I fear he'll bite. He was gonna bite! Bitch! No, I'm the one who does the— How dare. His grip loosens, and his eyes widen in awe. Seems I underestimated you. You're... Fair! The stranger's ears flatten, and he releases me with a short breath. I yank my arm back, massaging my bandages. He twists around to see a woman duck out from the curtains behind him. Her pressed white uniform marks her as a clerk of the Cenobium. I leave you for, 10 minutes, and you're making trouble again. Will you quit harassing the tourists? The stranger, fear I take it, rolls his eyes and flashes the cleric a withering smile. So suspicious. Can't you see this is a friend of mine? A natural liar. He grins at me, and his tail swishes coyly. The woman purses her lips at me, clearly unconvinced. I open my mouth and correct him, but fear cuts in. I was graciously offering my dear friend some free advice. Though his voice remains light and cheerful, his expression darkens. Danger's drawn to you like a moth to a flame. It will always find you, given time. The woman clicks her tongue, as though she's heard this recital 102 times. Word to the wise, don't take free advice from lazy foxes lounging in the street. This crook would sell water to a drowning man for the sheer enjoyment of it. She shrugs off a wilting look from Vera. Oh, please, and in front of your nose, it's true. Now hold still. Vera rises gracefully at her approach. He pushes his hair to the side so it drapes over one shoulder, exposing the long line of his neck. And suddenly it dawns on me. That jingling I heard earlier wasn't coming from his harness, but a heavy iron chain wound around the hitchling post and a padlock to the back of his collar. Was he chained to the street? No, wait, hold up. Was he just actually chained down? Huh? Is that why he didn't come over to give us the key and we had to go to him because he couldn't physically move towards us? Yeah. Sucks to suck fear. If only you weren't a murderer. You'd be fine then, right? You'd be fine. Sucks to suck! Leash boy! The woman produces a crowded keyring from her pocket. She rifles through a dozen identical keys before selecting one and slotting it into the lock. Come on, unless your friends tag along on a merry little soulless hunt. They're hunting for souls inside the city? Words momentarily fail me. The cleric regards me with a polite if tight smile before marching down the stairs. Fear lingers. He stretches his arm over his head with a yawn. I try not to stare at the way his stomach flattens when he arches his back. Oh, I'll make him fucking arch his back. I mean, who said that? Not me. Your little secret's safe with me. Try not to get yourself killed, Fear helps off the stoop and bounds after the woman. His tail sways merrily, as though he hadn't just lied and threatened me. Did you try that thing I mentioned? The Livonian knot? This game hates me. It's... Deb! Hi! Not the one where you take 3 fingers. Actually, don't tell me. Knowing you, it's probably disgusting. Fear's airy laughter echoes down the street. No. It's only after he and the cleric here have vanished from sight that I realize I'm missing something. Wait! Reflectively, I shove my hands into my pockets. I find it. The room key. I race it to the light. Sure enough, it's my key. But the realization is hardly comforting. I don't know what Fear's game was, or what he wanted from me. All I know for certain is that the Cenobium saw fit to leash him. A fate I could share. That's what this vague warning meant. I let my eyes drift skyward, past the lanterns, gently swaying in the breeze, to the Cenobium faintly visible through the haze. Just one glimpse is all I need. Then I can put this all behind me. This time, the key goes into my coin purse for safekeeping. It's easy enough to follow the winding streets, climbing uphill towards the distant tower. Hours later, legs aching, sweat beading on my forehead, I finally find what I'm searching for. The cenobium of luminous void. It stands at the highest point of Viridia, surrounded by cold white walls. Well-dressed people stroll down the walkways, ignoring the massive tower in their midst. I'm the only one standing before the gate. I crane my neck up until the top of the cenobium spire disappears into the clouds overhead. Holy shit, this thing is tall! My stomach gives an uneasy lurch. Though far grander than the humble shrine of my youth, the cenobium is eerily reminiscent of a gilded birdcage. Knocking seems like a terrible idea. I don't see any other way of making my presence known. I'm halfway up the steps when something moves in my peripheral vision. A shadowy figure crouched beneath one of the white walls. They reached out and took on a vine, as if testing its strength. Oi, you there! The shadow vanishes as quickly as I spotted it, and the gaunt-faced man in the crisp charcoal uniform marches up the step towards me. Another tourist. Get out of here until once you're done gawking. Bonk? Oh fuck! I forgot my bonk! Wait. I haven't used bonk in a very long time. I forget to set it up. Don't worry. Yeah, I know. It's out of date. I know. The dismissive wave accompanies his equally dismissive words. And he turns without even waiting for my response. I look back at where I saw the intruder. There's nothing, just leaves, blowing gently in the cool breeze. Step away from the gates, hopelessness washing over me. Hello? A whisper across the back of my ear, hot and syrupy. Wait, give me a second. A whisper cuts the back of my ear, hot and syrupy. I jerk away, but find no one beside me. Instead, halfway down the staircase, I spot a girl peering up at me. She's barefoot, draped in several layers of worn, moth-eaten clothing. Peculiar metal jewelry hangs across her face and jingles with each slight movement. Eyes are her most striking feature. They shine a scorching, unnatural crimson. It feels like staring into the sun, and yet I'm strangely captivated by her. She tilts her head, the clinking of metal riding the wind. Do you need help? I do. I'm unsure how to respond. The air is charged with a mysterious energy, as if each of my words is worth its weight in gold. On the off chance she can help me, I might as well be somewhat truthful. I do, but wanting it is another question. The giggle she makes is chiming, a fluttering sound. You're honest. I like that. She dips into a polite curtsy. My name's Iris. I was like you once, hopeless and alone. The ones in the tower won't help you with your pain. I might be able to, though. Try not to dwell on the fact that I'm recognizably desperate. Instead, I focus on the vague offer as I descend the steps. You don't know what I'm looking for. You need what everybody needs in this world. A miracle. Iris turns and my thoughts abruptly scatter. Pitted skin snakes down her shoulders, blooming from a gaping hole in the back of her neck. A shuddering breath escapes me. The fuck? Whatever disease she had consumed her from the inside out. How was she able to move or breathe? It's impossible. She shouldn't be alive, and yet... I only get a glimpse before she faces me once more. This time looking a bit bashful. I know it's not pretty, but that's not what matters. The sea spring can cure anything. It can cure you too. Her shining eyes flick to my bandaged hands, then up again. So quick I nearly miss it. Stand there wordless. It's a twisted miracle, but a miracle nonetheless. She extends a hand out to me, her delicate fingers outstretched. I can take you there, if you'd like. You can decide on your own when you see it. Her hand is frail, marred with tiny wounds. It's an epitome of vulnerability, the complete opposite of the Cenobian's mocking, impenetrable gaze. And if I say no? It's your choice. The truth is, I don't have much of a choice. Not right now, at least. I wonder if Iris knows that somehow. If there's any hope in finding a cure, I need to follow every lead, including this sea spring, for myself. Take her hand. I cautiously slide my hand into hers. Her skin is ice cold through my bandages. Oh, she's very dead. I don't believe she's alive, not one bit. We descend from the high streets, abandoning their gilded decadence as we cross the river. The wet, derelict districts hold more familiarity for me. However, Iris leads me farther still, until I met with an all too familiar sight. My gut lurches when I finally face the open horizon. The sea spring is right straight ahead. Iridia's outskirts are hardly recognizable in daylight, but venturing beyond city walls is a gamble I wasn't prepared to take so soon. I shake my head and pull away from Iris. I'm not leaving the city. She circles to the front of me with a pulsating gesture. Don't be scared. I promise you it's alright. You're as safe inside the city as outside of it. And this stretch before you is the safest of all. She casts a wistful gaze out of their wastes, as if admiring something beyond the vista. This region belongs to Ace. Some call him a gang leader, but he's much more than that. It's difficult to string my thoughts together. Only a fool would leave the city, but a primal instinct tells me Iris isn't lying. He twirls around with another curtsy, twinkling playfully in the sunlight. Her doe eyes soften with a smile. As I said, it's your choice. Thank you for coming this far. I hope we meet again, Mine. I blink, and she's gone. Confusion grips me as I look around, searching for any trace of her. But I'm completely alone, with only the vast nothingness of the wastes for company. Did I just imagine everything? No, that whole encounter was real. Again, that primal instinct insists on it, just like it insisted on Iris' honesty. The sea spring is straight ahead. If it managed to cure Iris, I need to see what it can do for me. I venture forth, nerves and determination roiling together in my chest. My heart pounds with each step I take from civilization. It doesn't take me long to realize it's not the only heartbeat I hear. Like a flitting gnat in the back of my mind, I'm certain there's another pulse storming through the earth underfoot. I felt this present before when I first set foot in Iridia. It's like a living dread coursing beneath the city. Only this time it's drawing me closer. For what seems like an eternity, I force each foot forward. One step, then another, until a realization hits me. I never told Iris my name. Something pierces the horizon ahead of me. A building nestled into a tall cliffside. It appears so starkly out of place that it might as well be a hallucination, dripping with extravagance and adorned in honeyed mahogany. It's an ornate jewel of architecture. Dark silhouettes skirt it on both sides. Trees, I think, until I'm close enough to realize that what I mistook for branches were spikes and jutting tendrils. Soulless. Several of them watching me in the distance like a statue. Flashes of last night chase me, the gushes of blood and screams of death, the smell of burning flesh and sour bile. I can't go through that again. I won't! Exploding into a messy sprint, I push my legs as far as they take me, towards the decorated building. The next thing I know, I'm dashing up the wooden stairs and crashing through the towering double doors. My lungs burn from exertion. Close enough. I gasp for breath, desperate to feel safe. but when I orient myself with my surroundings, it's more like hellscape than sanctuary. Blood flows all around me, overwhelming my vision with lurid, unholy red. Instinctively, my hands leap to my mouth. But the rotten stench of blood never comes. Instead, a smoky scent hangs in the air, sharp and spiced. I swallow thickly, convincing myself that it's not as gruesome as it appears. This has to be the Sea Spring, the place that grants miracles. Tall pillars flank me, blanketed in written notes, seating pillows scattered the floor. A rustic kettle sits nearby. Someone must live here, despite how eerily empty it is. Stay silent. I approach the paper-covered pillars. Maybe something here can tell me more. I reach for the closest one. I reach for the note in front of me. It reads, "Dear Mother, don't cry for me. I'm sorry I didn't say goodbye, but we'll meet again in another life. I love you very much. P.S. If you ever see me, never speak to me again." Hey Mom, love you. By the way, never want to see your face again. Get fucked. It's written in perfect cursive. I've never seen such beautiful handwriting. Before I can ponder it further, a sharp chill runs down my spine. Something's watching me. I quickly set the note back, my eyes darting around the wooden deck, but it's still empty. Finally, I look towards the Sea Spring. That stillness hides something deeper, something wrong, and familiar. Hey. Spin around and come face to face with a pack of soulless. They chitter and growl, tendrils and spikes flaring threateningly, all different sizes and species, with sharing one identical trait, glowing crimson eyes. I try to back away, but my heels teeter over the Sea Spring. I'm cornered. Watch your step. It's deeper than it looks. A voice again. At the sound of it, the soulless freeze, their snarls quieting. Search for the voice's source. I find it above me, lounging in the rafters. My other husband! You look lost, little sparrow. What happened? Wow, okay. You look lost, little sparrow. His gaze is violet crimson, one that sears through me. Leaves me feeling raw and exposed. They're the same eyes I've seen all over. First with Iris, now with the soulless circling me. All bound by the Sea Spring's blood red. You collect husbands like your Pokemon. I have, yes. Yes. You know, instead of throwing a Pokeball, I throw a ring at them. You've been recruited! Congratulations! In the shroud of darkness behind him, shapes like massive tendrils. Tentacles! He has tentacles! Throw yourself at them. No. I mean, I don't have a husband with tentacles yet. You know, he completes the team. It's a bonus point. Why is this battle music so epic? In the shroud of darkness behind him, shapes like massive tentacles twist and coil around the wooden beam. Can't focus. The soulless growl ring in my ear. They're not advancing, but that could change at any second. Panic rises in my throat as I struggle to track them. Hey. Hey! Eyes on me. I want to give him a gravel, but I can't do a gravel apparently. Eyes on me. My stomach rolls as I tear my eyes away from the soulless. Don't ignore someone who's talking to you. It's not polite. For a moment, anger knocks my fear aside. Who is this bastard? Fuck you! I look right into the unnerving eyes and hold his gaze defiantly. Fuck you! Is that better? A crooked grin cracks across his face. We'll work on it. He's so attractive! Oh no! He's so hot! He'll bully me! He's so hot! Fuck! I love a cocky attitude! Scan the soulless again. They really aren't attacking, and they're posturing more than anything else. It's as if they're waiting for a command. Did you tame them? Power of the sea spring. You're hungry, so they might bite. You could give me a reason to stop them. How about I didn't do anything wrong? I'm trespassing. And that's punishable by death? He gives an uncommittal shrug. Ah. Expecting mercy was your first mistake. Alright, bastard. My voice stops in my throat. This bastard's terse coolness is both infuriating and terrifying. I rack my brain for a way to defuse the situation. I need help, okay? No. Tell me what I need help. Let's not be too confrontal. I feel like he fuck us up. Okay, fine. I need help. I thought the sea spring could cure me somehow. My voice wavers pathetically. Honesty has never been my strong suit. He cans his hand to the side, appraising me, but doesn't respond. I fidget nervously. I'm telling you I came here for help. Are you listening? Your hands. Alarm jolts through me. I hide my hands under my cloak. Show me. Why? Won't ask twice. With a sharp exhale, I reluctantly hold out my bandaged hand. Are you getting off on this? I hope he is. Please? I wouldn't be opposed, that's all I'm saying, okay? Raycon, hi! I'm just saying I wouldn't be opposed. If he wasn't getting something out of this interaction. Just feel it, you know, not opposed. Heat rushes to my face, a fire to my tongue. Yes, no, maybe so. Heat rushes to my face, a fire to my tongue. I should give him a piece of my mind, but not when his soul is our own command, away from ripping me to shreds. Thank you for the pats, I appreciate it. Yet no matter how much I will myself to move, my body stays frozen in place. I stand there for a long, agonizing minute. My hands are trembling when I finally raise them. I know the skin beneath the wrapping all too well, the hideous, unnatural flesh I've grown to despise. I grip the edges of my bandages. Stop. Woof. Whoa, bark. With a wary sigh, the man slides off the beam and lands with a thud that shakes the panels on her foot. He's a monster, tall and imposing, with a presence that commands the room like gravity. Lantern light sculpts his face in sharp, unforgiving lines. Silver clings of metal accompany each of his footsteps. The closer he gets to me, the faster my heart hitches. What does he want? Is he going to kill me? I step backwards and find nothing to set my foot on. I'd forgotten my back was to the sea spring. I fall right before a warm hand catches my lower back. I'm hovering above the sea spring, the scent of smoke and leather enveloping me. Blazing eyes bore into mine. I told you to watch your step. This time to muster a response. Like I weigh nothing, he guides me back to solid ground. Following a subtle gesture from his fingers, the souls around us disperse and relax. The shift in their demeanor is so abrupt it gives me whiplash. The enormous tentacles are no longer in the rafters. Though, I doubt I ever saw them at all. Either way, I let out a breath of relief. Thanks. As focused on me as he was before, the monsters paid no attention to me now. He kicks some seating pillows out of the walkway, checks the contents of the kettle with a scowl. The sudden disregard is almost insulting. So that's it? I'm not a threat anymore? Never were one. Then why'd you threaten me? People get honest when they're afraid. In other words, he was messing with me. I drag a hand over my face, exhausted by the fact that this is the second time a monster has provoked me today. You're Ace, aren't you? Depends who's asking. One of her friends told me this was your territory. She also said you were a gang leader. But there's no one else here. I thought there may be more people. Ace picks up the candle and walks to the edge of the sea spring and dumps the contents into the endless red. They took a walk. Its pleasant smell stretches ear to ear. Then, in an instant, it drops. I get the sense I shouldn't ask about this again. You said you came here for help. Depends. Can the sea spring cure a curse? Probably. You mean you don't know? Nope. He shakes out the empty kettle and starts collecting stray cups, tidying up. My frustration builds. This is a bit... That's a bit much. There we go. My frustration builds. I narrow my eyes at him in a questioning glare. When he notices, he returns to put an amused smirk. Are you being irritating on purpose? Listen, Sparrow. The sea springs can cure anything. Nothing's stopping you from trying it yourself. What do I have to do? Drink. I have to drink from the sea spring? My eyes glide to the blood-red pool beside us. The idea of ingesting the liquid makes my guts turn. Is there a prize? Always. Ace taps the temple with his finger. Gonna lose it a little bit. That's it! Might have already beaten it to the punch. My humor earns me a amused, faint grin. This is a little different. When you drink from the sea spring, you forget who you are. Your mind combines with everyone who's ever drunk before. Humans, monsters, soulless. One big, happy family in your head. My blood runs cold. I've heard of these before. Group minds. My attendants used to tell me that my power grants people access to a higher plane of understanding, a group mind of my own making, all lies. But something tells me this is real, even if one thing doesn't add up. Your eyes are red too, but you obviously haven't forgotten who you are. Before I can finish my sentence, Ace strides past me towards the entrance. Time's up. Let's finish this later. Wait, already? You barely told me anything. Came on a bad day. I've got somewhere to be. There are still so many questions burning on the tip of my tongue, but my frustration spills out before I can ask any of them. I was told to come here for help, but instead I got threatened and kicked out. You're joking, right? Watch your tone. I'm nice, but you don't want to ruin the host's mood. My skin prickles. The feeling of being washes over me again. My eyes dart over the sea spring. A lone ripple dances on the quiet surface. I take Ice advice and clamp my mouth shut. Ace approaches the nearby soulless, a lanky, dog-like one with 6 legs and a crown of tendrils. Several set of red eyes adorn its side. Its forked tail wags rapidly when Ace squats beside it, and runs a finger through the tendrils, scratching its chin and pats its head. A gentle smile plays across Ace's lips. The affection he holds for the soulless is painfully clear. I did my eyes away, my stomach fluttering at the tender sight. It's getting dark out, so this pretty girl will guide you back. Following a short whistle from Ace's lips, I trot over to the entrance, obediently tail swaying. I watch the Solus warily. Pretty is not a word I would use to describe it, and the idea of it protecting me sounds absurd. If I decide to drink, how do I find you? Find someone with eyes like mine. They'll point you in the right direction. But think it over. Once you drink, you can't go back. It's not a process, but I give a small nod. At least I know I have another option for a cure, as disturbing as it might be. I follow the Solus at a measured distance and watch it nudge the giant door open with ease. When I'm about to cross the threshold, I sneak one last glance behind me. My heart skips when I meet Ace's eyes. I'm about to snap my hand away. He just flashes me an easy smile. Till next time, Sparrow. I'll buy you a drink for scaring you. You can buy me a drink anytime. I don't care. You can scare me anytime. I do not care. Please. One chance. I don't trust myself to do anything but respond with another card. Yep, that seems about right. It's like, let's not dig our hole any further. Outside, more crimson-eyed Solus go about. It's hard to believe it's the same threatening pack from before. They chase each other in circles, roll around in the bog's mud. They pay no attention to me, as a dog-like one escorts me away. Luna! Hi! Yo! It's an uneventful trip, sometimes. The Solus looks over its shoulder at me, to make sure I'm still following. Dust darkens the sky by the time we reach the city. I can't sense that massive heartbeat anymore. Maybe it was... It sure does! It sure does! That is a fact. I can't sense that massive heartbeat anymore. Maybe that was all in my head. The Solus sits, canting its head at me with familiar crimson eyes. Oh. Okay. As nervous as I am, I carefully glide my fingers through the Solus's tendrils and scratch beneath its chin, just like Ace had. It pushes into my palm in response, rumbling with a sound akin to a purr. Vibrations are soothing, almost therapeutic. It's like a big puppy and a cat mixed together. I love her. When it's satisfied, its Solus spins around and scampers back in the direction we came, vanishing into the darkness. Just arrived in Aurelia, but I've already encountered so many things I thought were impossible. Tame Solus being one of them. My head spins. Maybe I should call it a day. That would be a wonderful choice. Nightfall creeps across the street of Aurelia. The city labyrinthian even... Let me try that one again. That word, that is evil. The city, labyrinthian, even in daytime, has now become a warren of treacherous alleyways. The streets are completely deserted. If I hadn't been here earlier, I would have thought this part of the city was abandoned. My steps slow and I hear rustling in the dark. I strain my ears, but everything is still. Is the silence playing tricks on me? Something is wrong. The fine hairs on the back of my neck prickle, a frisson of discomfort running down my spine. Something is wrong. My eyes dart from one side of the street to the other, searching for movement, but when the shadows are as deep and dark as pools of ink. I can't stay here. I need to reach a busier part of the city. Drawing my cloak tighter around my body, I hurry. Now I keep my eyes sharp and listen intently. There's only the sound of my own footsteps. As the moments pass and nothing happens, I begin to wonder if I really did imagine that noise. I turn the next corner and my thoughts come to a screaming halt. My head spins, the world blurring as adrenaline rushes through my veins. Only one thing is clear amidst the haze. It's my friend! Hi, friend! The Solus that attacked the caravan. It's crouched over a dark, indistinct shape. A body. a gnarland of intestines spilling from pallid flesh, blood gouts to cobblestones. Holding my breath, I take a step backwards. When the wet slurping sounds don't abate, I take another, then another. And a shard of glass crunches under my heel. The world slows to a crawl as the soulless raises its head, blood dripping from its tendrils. Every single one of its bulging eyes fixed unblinkingly on me. It's really here. It's come back for me. Run! I'm off like a shot, running for my life through the darkened streets. Behind me, a piercing bay splits the silence, and heavy footfalls pound after me. My heart thunders in my chest. I take a turn at random, trying to lose the solace in the maze of the streets. But I can't seem to shake it. I can hear its breathing now, a wet, fluttering rasp, growing closer and closer. The same claws that severed my arms swipe out. I duck, save by pure reflex, and skid around a corner, only to freeze. A wall twice as high as me bars my way, a dead end. Behind me, the soulless looms. It's enormous, taking up nearly the entire width of the alleyway. Its long, claw-tipped limbs give it the advantage of reach. Try to escape! The soulless prowls closer and my eyes dart from side to side, looking for an escape. The soulless is blocking the obvious way out, but right behind me there's a rickety door that must lead into the adjoining building. If I can get inside, the soulless's size will hinder any attempts to pursue me. I whirl and grab the handle. It turns completely, the hinges creak as I push, and I feel a flash of hope before a weight hits the door from the other side, and it slams shut. Click of the lock. Turning is grimly final. In this wretched world, few people will stick their neck out to help their own flesh and blood, never mind a stranger. Soulless gives a rasping hiss. It's the only warning I get before it launches at me with a flash of claws. I hurl myself to the side. The slick cobblestone betrays me. I fall sprawling over the rough stone. As the soulless looms over me, I scramble away from it until my back hits the wall. There's nowhere left to go. It descends on me for the kill. And we die! No. But the impact never comes. Hello? I barely crack one eye open. Then the other. Not sure whether I should believe what I'm seeing. A hooded figure crouches in front of me, one blood-stained hand outstretched, my bad. Moonlight silvers the edge of their stiletto knife. Their face and hands are splattered with blood. And the soulless... I start past my unexpected rescuer. Thank you, to the misshapen form behind them. The soulless many eyes, once restless and vibrant, now look dull and waxy. A red pulse spreads slowly from under its body. Numb with shock, I can't help but stare. Over all the people it's killed, after nearly killing me twice, I can hardly believe it's dead. Well, I gently take the offered hands. The hunter's gaze dips in my bandages. Pale lips part, on the brink of a question, then close again. With the strings bellying their slight frame, they pull me upright. Something about them is strange, unlike any human or monster I've ever met. I can't quite place my finger on why, and that's a first. I can feel the tension in their grip. Their fingers tremble like they want to pull away. It's a sensation I'm all too familiar with myself. Despite their obvious discomfort, they pause for a moment, pale eyes sweeping over me. Am I going to fall? And I shake my head. They hastily let go and back off, wiping the blood from their face and hands. The hunter turns away from me, the heel of their boot hitting the soulless, gangly body. They lean over it, studying it intently. With their back to me, I realize that their hooded silhouette is familiar. I saw them outside the Snobium. We did! You weren't there! Vestige, or functional. functioning. I'm startled out of my thought when they speak. They aren't looking at me. Can't all be processed in the brain. It's occup. Whatever that says, blows would have to be enormous. In fact, I don't think they're talking to me at all. Oxy, what? They jump like a spooked cat, whirling around to face me. I hold my hands up, trying not to startle them any further. I didn't think you were still here. So, do you need something? I saw you at the Cenobium earlier. The students there usually go solo hunting at night? I wouldn't know. I'm not a student. A teacher, then? No. Then what were you? Before I can finish my question, they interrupt me. What are you thinking, traveling alone at night? This is far from the worst thing, hunting Lowtown. I get my kids heard tales of them. First they saved me, and now they scold me? Lesson learned. I could do without the lecture, though. To my surprise, they break eye contact. They frown through their disapproval. Though, their disapproval seemed directed at me. If you're not going to run off screaming, you might as well wait until I'm done. Their attention glides back to the soulless corpse. They examine it with an inscrutable expression. Clear my throat to fill the silence. I'm Moon. Min. Suddenly Min tenses. Their blade flashes as they drive it into the back of the Solus' neck. Solus thrashes once, letting out a rattling hiss as the air leaves its lungs. Min leans on the blade, driving it deeper and deeper until there's a sickening crunch, and the creature goes limp. Heart thuds in my chest. Must have been clinging to life by a thread. Min straightens up, drawing their blade in a single smooth motion. Better to put wretched things like this out of their misery. They calmly clean the blood from their knife. I swallow, my eyes still glued to the cooling corpse. Are you some kind of scientist? Min stops mid-motion, lifting their head to stare at me. You know exactly where to strike. Have you studied anatomy or medicine? Not quite. Why is the Solus inside the city? Min looks at me, eyes searching for realization dawns. You're new here. There's no walls around the city. Souls can come and go as they please. It's as someone is contracted to stop them. Cenobium's patrols don't bother to protect Lowtown anymore. Let me guess, you're not a fan of the Cenobium? I wouldn't go that far. Either way, it looks like I owe you. Min bows brow abruptly for us, and they sheath their knife, motioning for me to follow. It's not safe here. The vultures can smell death. I'm not quite sure what they mean, but I don't want to stay lost in the city and trail behind them as they stride down the street. If it's so dangerous, why are you helping me? I came for the bounty on that Solus. You were in the way. Not killing you isn't the same as helping you. Don't count on being so lucky again. Or you'll be dead by sunrise. Their answer is stingingly harsh. You know what? Fine. Fed up with their hot and cold attitude, I don't bother holding back anymore. Fine. I don't know why you dive in out of nowhere to kill some dangerous Solus. Then be rude to the person you helped, but go right ahead. Min blinks, staring at me like my head just spun around on my neck. They open their mouth, they close it, looking uncertain. I forge onward, gathering steam. I was just trying to get back to my lodgings. How was I supposed to know there'd be dangerous Solus hunting in the streets? You don't have to be an asshole about it. You're not as spineless as you look. They sigh and shake their head. It's too dangerous at this hour. I'll take you to wherever you're staying. Okay, loud. After all that, the offer catches me off guard. When they realize I'm staring, they look away with a huff. You aren't wrong, and it'll be faster if I take you there myself. I have a room at the Wet Wick, and the name Min's face falls. That gaudy cesspit. Not a fan? It's full of drunks and idiots. What do you think? True. It doesn't seem like their kind of place. Well, that's where I'm staying. Are you taking back your offer? Min exhales sharply and shakes her head. This way. Min's route is completely different from my slow early morning meanderings. Their steps are swift and sure, even though all the streets blur together in the dark. You know this city pretty well. I grew up here. I think that's the first thing they've told me voluntarily since we met. What, was it always like this? Min's gaze wanders, dragging along the dingy buildings. I struggle to decipher the expression. Regret? No, Iridia was never perfect. But it used to be a place worth living in. I can't make heads or tails of Min's answer. Iridia is the last bastion of humanity in this wasteland. Where else is worth living? The Wet Wick is not much further now. In no time at all, the shadowy alleys of Lowtown give way to brightly lit avenues and crowds of lively people. Let it load, let it load, let it load, let it load. Can I find the music I had before? Can I? Can I? This'll do. It's as if half the city has poured into the Amaryllis district. Colorful streets, laughter, clinking glasses, and music assault my ears from every direction. Yet most of the noise comes from the Wet Wick. Its doors hang wide open. Bright lanterns frame a tall and familiar figure. It's the Doctor! Welcome back! And Min, I see. It's hard to say which one of us is more surprised. You know each other. Min is a freelancer who has done a few errands for me. You're quite reliable. Though I can't say I remember you ever escorting travelers. Moon nearly walked into the jaws of a soulless. I thought bringing them here would be less trouble. Ah, if you're staying here, I take a Leanne who was able to help you. As it happens, I was also headed in that direction. Shall we? Fine. He still owes me for yesterday's work. Oh, my voice! I don't do voices! Oh, my throat! As soon as the doors open, a wave of sticky heat rolls over me. In the hours since I left, the wick has grown suffocatingly crowded. Pure stands a head taller than most. Even so, I nearly lose sight of him amidst a sea of swarming bodies. Pardon me. As if on cue, the crowd parts. Pure glances over his shoulder at Min and me before gliding through. How can anyone breathe in here? Min follows at a clipped pace. Behind the bar, Leander holds a pair of shot glasses brimming with luminous green liquid. And now for the finishing touch. A flash of magic paints the glasses white with frost. You'll never guess what's in these. He slides the glasses across the counter. And I get my third and fourth shock of this evening in rapid succession. Ace leans against the bar, an elbow propped up on the counter. He catches a glass and lifts one to the light before turning it upside down. The contents magically congealed, stayed firmly in place. Oh no! You're supposed to make drinks, pretty boy. Don't tell me you're wasted already. Veer appears on the counter beside Ace, looks at the shot glass and shakes his head. What do we have here? A bucket full of boogers. Leander's nose treasure. I've eaten worse. You've eaten worse. Veer's lip twitched and his ears flattened when over the glass. Ace snickers. Coward. Don't tell me you're In one fluid motion, Ace throws his head back and downs the shot. drinking that? A dark look crosses Ace's face. It's Chewy. Ah! Chewy! Wait, let me try that again. Behind me, Min grumbles. Told you this place was a nest of degenerates. If it isn't Kuros and Min! At the sound of Leander's voice, Min Pal's eyes grow wide. They look ready to bolt until Kuros sets a hand on their shoulder. This will not take long, I promise. Min's eyes dart from Kuros' hand to his face and soften. Fine, you first. While they step forward, I linger behind, struck by a sudden revelation. All of the people I've met recently know each other. Good evening, Leander. Ace. Another drinking competition, I presume? Is it evening already? Just some friendly rivalry, Doctor. No need to be alarmed. Kuros acknowledges Leander and Ace with a slight nod, ignoring Fear entirely. Not that Fear seems to mind. He tilts his head, lip curving into an impish smile when he spots Min brooding behind Kuros. I almost didn't see you there, Min. Looking for your booster seat? Min pushes their hood back and levels Fear with a cool look. I thought pets weren't allowed in here. Fear says, used to have some beef! At the first sight of an impending fight, Leander falls over the counter. Let's try and keep the peace. It's not every day the esteemed doctor takes us up on a drink. His arms snake around Kuros' shoulder. You are finally taking me up on a drink, right, Courage? I'm afraid not. We were merely escorting Moon back to their lodgings. Rush gestures in my direction, and my stomach sinks. I reluctantly step into the light. Leander's face brightens as soon as he sees me. Moon! It's been too long. Everyone, this is Moon. They're new to Iridia. Hooray! Hi! Thank you for the pats. I feel 4 pair of eyes fixed on me. And suddenly the bar seems suffocatingly small. My voice nearly catches in my throat. Hi again. Hi everyone. Again. Again? You've met? Ace and Fear regard me with subtlety, whatever that says, amused expressions. I'm gonna assume it says subtly. I can't say that word. Subtly, Never mind. We did, not that long ago either. To think with gross pats once again, it must be fate. I roll my eyes, for he looks far too pleased with himself. This calls for a drink. I'm buying. All eyes turn to Leander, freeing me from the burden of attention. Still can't believe they all know each other. Watching them talk among themselves is surreal. But for the first time since I undertook the journey to Iridia, I feel a faint glimmer of hope. I think. No, I know I was meant to meet them. The low, pleasant rumble of Leander's laughter pulls me from my restless thoughts. I've got to admit, I'm surprised you make friends fast, Moon. I wouldn't go that far, but we're like acquaintances. A wise man once said that acquaintances are merely friends you haven't shared a drink with yet. A wise man, you said that here, last week. Min's lip curl with distaste, but Leander continues unperturbed. Let's toast to Moon's health. Care to join in, Doctor? Courage politely declines with a wave of his hand. How about you, Min? No. Are you? No. A resounding pop pierces the din of the bar. We all turn to find the bartender pouring champagne from an old bottle, its label worn blank. He hands a drunk to Fear. I'm gonna save. I just realized I've not saved, not once. When did they start serving serving champagne here? Fear pauses to lick a foam from his finger with a coy smile. You don't mind, do you? In a blink, the concern on Leander's face vanishes. No, be my guest! While chuckling, Leander shoots the bartender a questioning look. Completely disinterested in his company, Ace scans his head at me with a light smile. How about you, Sparrow? I did say I'd buy you a drink. Please buy me the drink! Please! 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 I would like a drink. No, my treat. Ace regards the under of the rim of his glass. In the dim light, the glint in his eyes looks downright dangerous. What'll it be, Moon? Water. Nah. I'll take you up on the drink, as long as it's not one of those green shots. Don't knock until you've tried them. It tastes better than they look. Somehow, I doubt that, but I'll hold my tongue. Midnight Courage drift towards one end of the bar. Both seem eager to leave at a moment's notice, and neither has ordered anything. Ace and Fear linger. Several glasses stand empty between them, and the two show no signs of slowing down. Choices. Huh. Let's go with the monsters. His eyes meet mine in a flash of red. It gives me a smile that's too white to be reassuring. Don't worry, Leander Leander's more likely to see poison in my drink than yours. Excuse me? He considers his cup a tumbler of amber-colored whiskey. Leander's tried to kill me 12 times by now. It's always a gamble. Fear looks my way with a half-lit gaze softened by his third glass of champagne. If I were you, I wouldn't let Leander put anything in my mouth. Leander can't put anything in my mouth. I'm sorry, Fear, but I'll happily let him. In fact, I volunteer. I don't care what it is. He grins, revealing the sharp white tips of his fangs. What? The Wick is one of Viridia's finest drinking establishments. Allow us to treat you to the best the city has to offer. May I interest you in the signature watered-down drink, or perhaps some stale nut leather? He gestures at the chipped ceramic bowl, filled with spindly, speckled jerky, that I can only assume is not leather. What is with the food in the city? If this place is as foul as you say, how come it's completely packed? It's not all bad. Depending on the day, the food's edible. Ace takes a measured sip of his drink. Have to stick around for the real attractions, though. Before I can respond, Leander returns with a tumbler and sets it in front of me. A strip of orange peel bobs in a pool of thin red alcohol. I eye the drink suspiciously. So far, none of the refreshments have been promising. Relax, it's just some local specialty. Pomegranate wine. Although, if you're feeling more adventurous. I shake my head. Leander rubs his knuckles against the bar until the group falls silent. Again, everyone, let's toast. May moons stay in Iridia. May moons stay in Iridia be full of bright adventure and discovery. Cheers! Leander, Ace, and Fear raise their glasses in unison. Min only crosses their arms, and Courage watches with polite indifference. I tip my drink back. The wine is eye-wateringly strong, despite its sharp, bitter edge. It goes down smooth. One sip softens the edge of my vision. The next fades the din of the crowded bar into a low, persistent murmur. I find myself unwinding for what feels like the first time in years. Aren't you the popular one, Moon? You must have met Courage first. It would be more accurate to say I found them. He saved my life! I merely performed my duties as a doctor. Although I admit I was confused when I woke up naked. Leander makes a choke noise somewhere behind him, Min's eyes. It's not what you think! One was in grave condition. I could hardly treat such injuries through tattered clothes. The silence that follows stretches uncomfortably long. I look away, unable to face Karash's disappointment, and catch fear snickering behind his hand. That's my cue to change the topic. Karash isn't the only one who saved me today. Don't you listen? I didn't save you, you were simply there. That's Min for you. Leander reaches for Min, and they duck under his arm with practiced ease. Reliable, as they are moody. You're one to talk, considering you neglected to warn them to stay off the streets at night. What? Of course I warned them, I think. Min's only response is short breath. At any rate, I never got the chance to thank you, Min. Don't. Let the soul is alive. The less soul is alive, the better. Min's eyes flick towards Ace, and her lips twitch. Ace is too busy nodding along to Fierce's enthusiastic pantomime of stabbing to notice. I've had enough of this hellhole, let's go. Min and Karash share a brief look, then the doctor speaks up. Very well, but there's something I must discuss with Leander. If you'll excuse us, Min. And just like that, the three of them depart, leaving me alone to savor my drink in silence. Or so I think, until I hear a voice so soft and low it's practically a purr. Lost your tour guide? I turn to find two pairs of slit eyes trained on me. It's not lost on me that Ace and Vera choose to pounce the instant the others laughed. Pounce, you say? Of course I'd be stuck with the most irritating people I've met all day. Monsters or not, there's no telling what I'll do if either of them push me again. Don't tell me Leander already snuck out a bag to get his snobs. Okay. To get his knob slobbered. He's got business with Karash and Min. 2-on-1 business, huh? Lucky. Okay. He gets up, it's the champagne or the company, but Ferris grown noticeably more relaxed. He sits with his chin propped on the back of his hand. His tail sways lazily. Why are you so far away? Come join us. He pets the empty bar stool beside him. Beside Ace, but I hesitate. The smell Fear wears is sweet and distinctly sly. With the drinks in the mix, I dread how he and Ace will mess with me next. Wait on by. I'm not so sure about that. He tried to rob me and you threatened me. Me? Steal? You must be mistaken. You sure it was me? Yes, it was you. And then you had the gall to kick me out so you could go drinking. Ace gives another one of his shrugs. Had to give you a reason to come looking. Miss me already. I love him. He's so cheeky. He's so cheeky. Oh, fucking ass. Ooh. I stare at him flatteningly, unimpressed by his deflection. Fear suddenly leans towards me. Gossamer sleeves pulling where he rests his elbows on his knees. He sets his hands on Fear's waist, narrowly preventing him from tipping off the counter. I'm afraid we got off to the wrong foot. How about we start fresh, Begin with proper introductions and whatnot. I'll start. The name's Fear. I'm a soulless hunter of no small renown. Fear's hand flutters to his chest, and he bows his head, flinching when hair falls over his eyes. Ace doesn't say anything, so I suppose it's my turn. It's Moon! Fear considers me for a long moment, his still idly swaying behind him, then he knocks back the rest of his champagne. It's a pleasure to formally meet you, Moon. He says my name slowly and deliberately, savoring every syllable. A tingle jumps down my spine. I quickly turn my gaze away. Ace smirks at my reaction. Is something funny? No. I open my mouth and close it just as quickly. They want me to react, goading me into another ridiculous game. While their sharp, cat-like eyes keep me on edge, something about this tension is fun. Must be the wine. It must be the wind. A flash of white over Ace's shoulder catches my eyes. Across the bar, Crash heads for the door. I don't see Leander or Min. It feels wrong to let the doctors leave without saying goodbye. I'll be back! Fear grins and waves at me as I leave. I need a drink. Oh, I fucked my voice. I slipped through the crowd. I slipped through the crowd, careful not to touch anyone. But just as I'm nearing Courage, a stagger, shoulder checked by a man with a neck twice as wide as his head. He stares down at me, nostrils flaring. Out of my way, shit stain! Okay, now, is that necessary? Is that necessary? I don't think it is. My words spill out on their own. Watch it! I regret them as soon as they leave my mouth. That fucking wine. Lowlife wheels around, shoving an adder out of the way so he can close in on me. What did you say? He shoves me backwards, sending me tumbling to the sticky floor. I'm fine, but my heart leaps in my throat when I see him bearing down on me. Trying to start something here? The lowlife freezes, his fist cocked back. A group of adders circle him, sizing him up. For what feels like an agonizingly long time, the lowlife looks from me to the adders. Finally, he sniffs and spits on the floor next to me. The water narrowly misses my cheek. Screw it, too many freaks in the circus tonight. He turns his back on me and comes face to face with Ace. He gives the lowlife a dangerous smile. You'll do. Oh, Ace. Oh, I love him. What happens next is a blur. Ace's fist crashes into the man's jaw, causing a frenzy of gas, shouts, and even cheers. I scramble to my feet as the frantic crowd swarms around me. Through the ruckus, I hear Leander shouting. Take it outside, Ace! Everyone's drinks are on me. With that, the wick erupts in hoods and cheers. The ring around me disperses as adders and onlookers rush towards the bar. Through the thinning crowd, I catch a glimpse of familiar faces. Ace vanishes out the back, dragging a lowlife behind him. Courage lingers near the door, searching. I suspect Rennie wounded before he departs. Min draws their hood up tight and they dug out a side door. Elvire leans over the counter to wipe a glass of wine from behind the bar. And Leander, seated at the opposite end of the bar, gestures dramatically and apologetically at the bartender. In a heartbeat, I realize that no telling when or if I'll see any of them ever again. Whoever I presume may be the last person I get to speak to tonight. I follow. We save! My voice is dying, so I'm glad we're approaching the end. Because I am struggling. It burns to talk. I fucked it. I've done goofed it. I done goofed it. It hurts to talk now. Wonderful. This is destruction of my own making. Okay, let's go with Min first, and then let's go from my least favorite to my favorites. Can't let Min slip away so easily. It might be the most standoffish person I've met so far, but they're the only one who seems somewhat neutral in the Cenobium. My gut tells me they know more about that tower than they're letting on. By the time I make it out of the bar, Min's already halfway down the street. Dragging my cloak close toward of the chill, I hurry after him. But at this hour, the Amaryllis district is full of carousers. Cruisers? While Min steps through the crowd with surprising agility and struggles to keep pace, the edge of their cloak flutters as they round the corner. Determined to catch up, I take the same turn into a dim side street. But Min is nowhere to be seen. Didn't you learn your lesson earlier? I nearly jump out of my skin, whirling to meet Min behind me. They don't even look ruffled. They fold their arms pointedly staring me down. I thought nearly getting eaten would have taught you that being alone at night is dangerous. Not alone. It's a good thing I'm not alone, then, isn't it? Min looks at me in blank confuses for a moment, for realization dawns. Are you always this persistent? I don't really know how to read them. They shift between aggressive and hesitant without warning. I've no idea how to tell which way they will swing. But I can't help feeling a little thrill when pink sweeps across their cheeks. I kind of have to be. It's how I stay alive. Min recovers their composure quickly, mouth shifting into a frown. They glance away, eyes scanning the street. Their gaze lingers on a particular building, another tavern, before they look back at me. You've been lucky so far, but it won't last. Nobody in the city is trustworthy. Not even you. Especially not me. I've met clowns that opened up more willingly than Min. But even if they don't talk about themselves much, they must have opinions on Karash! You and Karash seem to get along, though. The tense line of Min's face softens. Well, he's an exception. Few people are willing to help others. Fewer still when there's any risk involved. And of them, Karash is unique. I have a feeling that Min doesn't smile often, but the curve of their lips, however slight, is unmistakable. Did my thing stop working? How long ago? There we go. They catch themselves, eyes glazing over with faint indifference. He's not the worst. A decent doctor, even if he asks too many questions. Nothing in there really is free. He didn't take any payment from me. He rarely does. That just means he's paying down the debt elsewhere. Veer. How did you meet Veer? Min's face scrunches like they've just bitten into a rotten lemon. That perverse fleabag jumped on me during fogfall, so I stabbed him and left him in the gutter where he belongs. My heart thuds hurt again in my chest, their voices icy with disgust. The night air feels warm by comparison. It's a shame it didn't stick. I suppose I'll just have to keep trying. Swallow hard, a sour feeling twisting in my stomach. I take it your opinion hasn't changed? My voice comes out a little shakier than I would like. They glance at me, and a flicker of something guilt, maybe, flashes across their face before it's buried by irritation. He fucks with people for kicks. Every sentence out of his mouth is either a crass innuendo or a conceited put down, and whatever he's done is bad enough that the Cenobian put him on a leash. There are monsters living on every other street. He's the only one who needs a muzzle before he's taken out on a walk. Belatedly, I close my mouth. Leander! Leander seems fond of you. He's an idiot, an obnoxious blowhard who can't shut up to save his life. Oh, you like him! The words are harsh, but at complete odds with the flush creeping across their flushed face. Is that all? Min huffs. It seems to physically pain him to speak again. He does acceptable work. He pays on time, which is more than I can say for most. And the Adderstone look after Lowtown. If he was capable of being quiet for more than 10 seconds at a time, he'd be almost tolerable. Their tone grows almost fond, but their brows draw together as they glare at me. But I'm not one of his adders. If he told you otherwise, he was talking out of his ass, as usual. He has work to offer, and sometimes I take it, that's all. Somehow, I doubt that. Min seems disinclined to say more. Ace! You don't seem to like Ace. I don't like anyone, especially not the bloodthirsty gangster. The words tumble from their mouth before I can even finish my sentence. Did he do something to you? Beyond existing? No, but I'm not waiting around to get hurt first. Let's see, Spring, he runs, with all those smiling red-eyed people. His one saving grace is that he hasn't forced anyone to drink from it. Yet. Monsters like him don't know or care about what they have. It makes me sick. Her voice echoes down the empty street, startling me. I blink, staring at them. You really don't like monsters, do you? Min fixes me with a flat glaze, her pale eyes like chips of ice. Every monster forced their way out of the shroud and into this world for some reason. I may not know Ace is the reason, but to the vast majority of monsters, humans are food, playthings, or beneath notice. That may simply be their nature, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. I'm not gonna risk my life in hopes that any of them is different. A lot of humans fear or hate monsters, but there's something different about how Min talks about them. It sounds personal. If you're going to keep asking questions, ask about something else. Doors bang open at the end of the street. Light and laughter pour out of the tavern, followed by a group of gaily people in white uniforms. Stobian students having a night out in the town. Min hesitates only for a moment, before they stare down the street after the students. Okay, so Min is just really grumpy. Right, they're just their grumpy pants. Apparently, I need to stretch. When I follow close on her heels, they grimace, speaking through gritted teeth. Why are you still following me? When I asked them about fear, I noticed something odd. Beside their vehement dislike of him, Min didn't exactly sound enthusiastic about the Cenobium. They were the first to speak of it with anything beside open animosity. Ahead of us, the students pile into another bar. Min ducks into the alley next to it. If nobody in the city is trustworthy, what about the Cenobium? The line of their narrow shoulders abruptly tense. They lift their chin, giving me a worried look. You're a stubborn one, aren't you? Courage must have warned you about the nature of Iridia's currency. Right, information secrets. I fidget uncertain. I don't trust Min's unpredictable moods, and clearly there are things they aren't saying. Their eyes dip towards my hands, passing over the bandages like a razor. That steady gaze full of keen-edged possibility. I shiver hastily, shoving my hands through my pockets. They frown, but their eyes drift away from me to the window of the bar next to us. It's opaque, either frosted glass or caked in dust, but some of the warm light diffuses out into the alley. The Cenobium is a place of learning. If someone has questions that can't be answered anywhere else, the Cenobium might have the solution. Or at least that's how it was once upon a time. These days, its doors are closed to outsiders. That's about what I expected after being shooed off earlier. Just as I start to relax, I speak again. Whatever you're looking for there, the cost might be higher than you're willing to pay. The sheer hypocrisy of their words tick me off. What gives you the right to talk when you're doing the exact same thing as me? What questions are you asking that only the Cenobium can answer? That's personal. So if there is something Min is looking for at the Cenobium, I suppose that makes two of us. If they're following groups of Cenobium students around, they must not be having much luck either. Everyone else seems to fear or hate the Cenobium, but you don't. I flinch, spurred on by curiosity and lingering annoyance. I press forward. You must know something about them. Something you haven't told Leander or Courage. But they're not Smash? You would smash Min? Really? Min? Out of all the characters? Hey, you know what? I'm not here to yuck your yum. I'm just saying their personality is kind of grating. They're my least favorite. My ranking probably goes Ace and Leander on number 1. After that is Courage, Fear, and then Min. Am I missing anyone? I don't think so. Min would be a good friend. They look nice. That's about it. And their personality shit. But they're not letting you in, which means you're one of the outsiders. The space between one breath and the next, Min closes the distance between us. Slender fingers grip the front of my shirt, and they slam me against the wall with shocking strength. The force of the movement knocks their hood back, messy hair fluttering around their face. I'm standing on tiptoe. Min lifts me nearly clearly off the ground with a single hand. The realization sends an electric tingle down my spine. But before I can begin to wonder what that's about, Min smiles in my face. You don't know what you're fucking talking about. The angry twist of their mouth draws my eyes down to the beauty spot at the corner of their lip. I can't stop staring at it. The marked That's a big word! Delicate compared to their fiery gaze, their steel-bonded grip. But then, so's the rest of them. What's your fucking problem? I've had enough. Maybe it's a tiring, fruitless day I've had, my 2 near-death experiences, or maybe I'm just sick of all these infuriatingly attractive strangers who won't tell me a damn thing. The MC, you're so real for that, actually. It's like, everyone's hot and no one's talking. This is the worst. That is perfect, actually. Oh. Min looks pissed, but I hesitate. Min didn't expect me to snap back. You give me information to snap at me and shove me around. What are you trying to do? You're one to talk, stumbling around town trying to get answers without giving anything in return. It's not how things work here. And it'll get you killed well before you figure out whatever's going on with your hands. I don't get angry easily. I can't afford to when a moment of carelessness could be fatal. But when Min mentions my hands, my temper flashes hot. That's rich considering your whole I don't have any friends bullshit. Realization strikes me like a thunderclap. You're not getting anywhere by yourself either, are you? But you can't make yourself ask for help. You're stuck, and it's your own fault. I brace myself, expecting Min to snap at me again. So their eyes drop, their brows furrow in frustration, but the twist of their mouth is miserable. The voice trembles, almost imperceptibly when they speak. I know. The city only cares about what it can give, or what it can take from you. Information, power, connections. If you're an outsider here, nobody will help you. Nobody will even try. You don't belong anywhere. Heart thuds in my chest, for an entirely different reason now. They seem suddenly very small. I mean, they are like 160. They are just small. Alone. Like me. And Min jerks backwards, releasing me so abruptly that I nearly stumble. Maybe they realized how close we were. Maybe they said too much. Press forward. Determined not to let this go, I press forward. Min takes another step back, but this time they're the one with their back against the wall. Look, we both want something from the Cenobium, right? But neither of us are we're gonna get anywhere on our own. We could help each other. It's worth a shot, don't you think? Min's fog grey eyes fix mine. There are 2 spots of color high on their cheeks. They open their mouth and shut it. I was right. You are trouble. Adrenaline drops out of me like a stone, my temper going cold. I take a step back, suddenly shaking. The irony doesn't escape me, but I don't want to curse anyone else, even if Min seems intent on pissing me off. For a moment their hands lift like they're going to reach me, but then they drop. Oddly somber, they turn aside, tugging at the clasp of their cloak. You might find answers with someone, but it shouldn't be me. Shouldn't? Her downcast eyes, the way their expression crumples. It's all too familiar. If you stay too close to me, you'll get hurt. Before I can think of what to say, the tavern door bangs open again. Cenobium students spill back out, considerably drunker. The ranks seem to have swelled with other barflies. The group floods back into town, towards the great tower rising windward. As I'm distracted by the commotion, Min rolls their hood up and slips away from me. I catch Min's eyes for a moment, then they're gone, vanishing into the crowd. Alright, Min. Thank you for playing. Yippee! Continue. We did Min. Let's do Veer next. Of all people I've met, only one left me with more questions than answers. Veer knows more than he's letting on. I'm certain of it. Still, lingering doubt looms heavy on my decision. Can I really trust someone who lies so readily? Returning to the bar is slow work, with heavy crowded vying for drinks. When I find Veer, he's leaning against the counter, elbows propped on the edge, and a wine glass raised to his lips. I catch myself staring, and judging by the looks I see thrown his way, I'm not the only one. There's a clear ring around Veer. No one else seems bold enough to cross. I didn't think you planned on sticking around. One ear perks up at the sound of my approach. A free drink is a free drink, even if it tastes like stale rat piss. Didn't you say you wouldn't be caught dead slumming in the shithole? Veer takes a delicate sip from his glass, but his toe threshes below the bar. You've caught me red-handed. He peers at me over the rim of his glass. Under low light, his eyes glitter, jewel bright with amusement. However will you punish me? I figured my company's punishment enough for you. Veer's lip twitch, and he smells despite himself. I saw your little run-in with a gibbering imbecile. Quite the show. A muscle in my jaw flexes. Did you enjoy watching? I much prefer to be an active participant, but Ace intervened before I could. I can't tell if he's disappointed because he didn't get to save me, or simply because he missed out on a fight. Next time I get jumped, I'll be sure it happens near you. Veer laughs softly under his breath. He rests his glass on the counter with a sharp clink. I did warn you, didn't I? He moves closer on his head, my heart leaping in anticipation. But he only runs his hand up my arm to dust off debris, no doubt picked up from the floor, with a touch far gentler than I'd expect. About finding trouble? He murmurs under his breath, while his fingers rub small circles into my shoulders. I whisper for fear of what my voice might do if I speak up. I can take care of myself. I'm so sharper than I intended. Veer lets me go with a sigh. So, did you come here for praise, or will a head pat suffice? What about a real explanation instead of vague rambling about moths and fire? Veer scoffs. You could buy me a drink before insulting me. After the way you pounced on me, if anyone's owed a drink, it's me. Veer falls so uncharacteristically quiet that for a moment, I fear I've actually crossed the line. Then he props his chin on his wrist. I don't think you understand how things work here. Information is a luxury. I am struggling. One you flung carelessly aside. You valued my words, you take me more seriously. Valued? I barely understood what you meant. I gave you free advice, warned you of danger you were in, and still you went prancing off to the sea springs. Small wonder the Solus didn't tear you to ribbons. My first impulse is to argue, what he said doesn't sit well with me. How does he know what happened to me? What Solus? How'd you know about the Solus? Did you follow me? Of course not. I have a very sensitive nose, remember? Right, how could I forget? You normally greet people by shoving your nose into their lap like an overeager dog. For a heartbeat. Veer's eyes grow wide and flat. Then he laughs under his breath. Only the ones I like. Veer trades his empty wine glass for the long-abandoned tumbler sweating on the counter beside him. Soft lumps of ice bob in the water dregs of whiskey. The truth is, I despise most people. His eyes flick over my shoulder, and thin, for Leander's boisterous laughter erupts from the other side of the bar. What about me? He looks me over with an agonizingly slow gaze. Finally, his lips quirk. You've piqued my curiosity. It's a start, or so I think, until his eyes slide away and he turns back towards the bar. I've got no idea how I'm supposed to hold a conversation, much less get answers. I knew Fear wouldn't make this easy for me, not when he clearly enjoys playing games. Are you going to tell me anything, or are you having too much fun? He lets out a short breath. This isn't a game to me. A lie. I'm close enough to catch a subtle bristling of his tail. If anyone's fooling around, it's you. People like us can't help but attract danger. You seek it out. For what? Cheap thrills? I wasn't trying to get eaten by soulless. There's something I'm looking for. And you think Min can help you? Leander? You're really willing to risk your life with those idiots? What life? I've got no idea what I'm going through, or... Forget it. I start to rise, when something flicks against my ankle. First tail. It's a little more than a brush, but it's enough to give me pause. His eyes softer than before search mine. I couldn't even begin to understand you, but I could. How do I know I can trust you? You don't, but I'm slightly less inclined to waste your time with empty flattery or insult than most two. Is what you desire really worth risking your life for? If you knew the kind of life I've lived, you wouldn't be asking. Fear considers the condensation on his glass for a moment before speaking again. Will you trust me? Yes. I nod, and he rewards me with a small smile. Good. Fear raises the tumbler to me, then knocks the drag back. Once finished, he wipes his mouth on the back of his hand. Let's talk. Outside, we could both use the fresh air. And with that, he slips away from the bar, leaving me to follow his long, trailing tail through the crowd. Okay! It's so cold the breeze cuts clean through my bandages, numbing my fingertips. But if the chill bothers Fear, he doesn't show it. He lopes purposefully down the street into an alley. This far from the wig, the bar's racket is little more than an indistinct hum. The street is silent in the dead of night. A vague sense of unease falls over me. You had questions? Ask. Fear's breath mists in the cold moonlight. His shadow stretches unnaturally long over the cobblestone street. Quickly, I've got a show to attend. Heavenly Lutist, I'm sure I've mentioned. He looks down his nose at me, effortlessly imperious. For a heartbeat, I'm reminded of the stark want that gleamed in his eyes when he touched me. If he weren't so pretty, I'd walk away. True. But I need answers, and I can't think of a better way than starting with the people I met earlier. If Fear doesn't prove trustworthy, maybe one of them will. First, I ask about... Crush. I want to ask about... I regret speaking as soon as it starts. Fear's mentioned Crush before, though not by name. His previous reaction was nasty, but I can't back down now, not with Fear eyeing me suspiciously. About? The doctor. Crush. I tense, ready for a blowback, but Fear only shrugs. Bit of a bore, if you ask me, but he's popular enough. You know, on account of his massive heart. Sure. Sure. His massive heart. That's what we're going with, huh? Sure. That's what we're going with. His massive heart. He winks, as though the stress he had placed on heart wasn't already suggestive. There's always a line wrapped around the block for his services. People can't seem to get enough of his special medicine. He's a drug dealer. Probably because he doesn't charge anything. He also gives an impatient twitch. Order eager for a little mouth-to-mouth with their pelvic examination. mouth at their pelvic examination, if you get what I mean. Fear, I swear to God. When I grimace, Fear grins wolfishly at me. There's clearly no point in asking him anything else about Courage. Man. Got to admit, I was surprised to see that you and Min know each other. Are you friends? Oh yes, we laugh, go shopping and have sleepovers where we braid each other's hair and kiss with a little tongue. I'm beginning to wonder if Fear ever had friends. Let me guess you don't like them. Can't stand them. The first time we met, they stabbed me. It's like cold hard steel between my ribs. Nearly nicked my heart. It was exquisite. The knife, I mean. Some sort of antique. Min's done nothing but disappoint me ever since. So you're not close? Can you imagine me being friends with a crabby little killjoy? Impossible. Not unless they learn to lighten up. And I'm afraid not even the surgeon, as practiced at Courage, can remove the stick firmly wedged up Min's puckered ass. Okay. Ace. I'd like to know more about Ace. You two seem close. He made an impression. Not surprising. He's strong but ruthless, easy on the eyes. Gives it almost as well as he takes it. Even if he's awfully greedy. Oh, you two fuck him. Okay. Noted. 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 Gives it as well, almost as well as he takes it, huh? Interesting tidbit. Big. Everywhere, really. Okay! Big, you say? I bet. Pixar didn't happen. A bit simple. You know what to say about still waters. I don't. They run deep. Anyhow, but I'm too distracted by the change that comes over Fear to ask. A coy smile plays at his lips as he winds a finger around a chain dangling from his collar. I thought you didn't like most people. Ace isn't most people, he's better, he's... Your eyes meet, and Fear's tender respect curdles. He makes a tiny sound of distaste in the back of his throat. He's more trouble than he's worth. Dangerous, too. Stay far away from him and those red-eyed freaks if you value your safety and sanity. But he's good for your... But you just gave him a raving review! How am I supposed to not take him out for a ride? You're telling me not to after giving me all of that, huh? Right? Is that why you scold me for going to the sea spring? I really don't think Ace is as bad as you're saying. You don't know him like... You don't know him. Not like I do. Sure, but you know him inside and out. The corner of his lip twitches. Before I can ask my next question, Fear gives a frustrated growl. I haven't got all night for idle gossip. Isn't there someone more interesting we can talk about? Who, you? No, I'm more interested in learning about you. That catches me off guard. What about me? Nothing worth having comes easy or cheap in this world. You clearly set on this thing you've spoken of, your very reason for being. Yet have you considered what might happen should your struggles prove futile? If what you desire is beyond your grasp. I'll never stop looking. I'll find what I'm looking for no matter what it takes. I won't give up. I can't. Even if you lose everything. Haven't you noticed? I really haven't got much left. To cling so tennis... I'm not saying that word. To slim hope. How fascinating. Now, where were we? Oh yes, you had 2 questions left. 2? But you haven't explained anything. Then I suggest you make your last questions count. So much for being helpful. I suppose that's just how information works in this exhausting city. Leander told me that the Cenobium imprisons people. Did he mean you? Leander's a moaning fool with a throbbing victim complex. He loves to see himself as a savior, but the only difference between his cronies and the Cenobium stooges are the uniforms. I'm at a loss for words. I don't know what surprises me more, the bluntness with which he speaks, or the venom lacing his ordinarily silken voice. You're asking who, when you should be asking why. Says the asshole, counting my questions. The look he throws me is infuriatingly self-satisfied. Fine, why were you imprisoned? For the same reason the Cenobium would snatch you away. I'm something special. Fierce bows his head, gathering his hair in his hand and lifting it from his shoulder to bare his neck for me. See this collar? He cranes his neck, inviting me to lean closer. It looks unremarkable, doesn't it? I'd assumed that Veer's collar was a personal touch. On closer glance, the thick, supple leather is molded to fit his neck snugly. The large silver buckle seems easy enough to pry open. Touch the collar. I reach forward to touch the buckle. Veer's hand lashes out. Long slender finger wrapped around my wrist and flex, exerting just enough pressure to hint at how easily it could snap my bones. Don't you know better than to touch without asking? You didn't ask me first, so why should I? Her eyes meet and he grins. Because I said so. Fuck you! That's not very fair. Fuck fairness. Life isn't fair. His voice lowers to a pleased rumble. Patience, Moon. I'll tell you when and how you can touch me. I mean, sure. We live for consent. That's fine. Behave or I'll make you bleed. I mean, I do love a good threat. A good threat. We love a good threat. It says it with a smile so sweet it hurts. Is that a threat or a promise? Veer doesn't answer me, but lets go of my arm. I smooth down my bandages. I couldn't lose my composure again. By now, I fully expect Veer to walk away, but the fact he's still here suggests he either forgot about his warning, or he was never counting my questions to begin with. Are you saying that what'll happen if the Cenobium finds out I'm different? I'll be colored. Doubtful. They keep me around because I'm the best at what I do. And what exactly are you the best at? Killing. He says it carelessly, without hesitation. As long as I wear this collar, I'm made to hunt the Cenobium's dizzying array of enemies, monsters, soulless, noisy dissonants, who grow overbold. I'm bound by their will until the day I die. That's awful. Veer murmurs in agreement. Isn't it? And it's all I have time for. I really must leave now, I'll be late. That's it? Why'd you bring me here if you weren't going to explain anything? He has the nerve to laugh. Isn't that obvious? I want to lure you out here alone so I could eat you. You're lying again. And you're asking far too many questions for someone with so much to hide. He glances pointedly at my hands and I shove them deep into my cloak. What makes you think I'm hiding anything? Wow, smooth MC. Hides hands. I'm not hiding anything. Not at all. No. I'm an open book. Never in my life have I hidden a single fact about myself. Oh, I don't know. Maybe the tough act, or the way you tense up at the slightest provocation. More likely it's the bandages, not exactly subtle. I'll be going, unless you're willing to share some morsels with me. So my thing edged to his playful tone. I can't tell you anything. Wrong. You can start with what you are. I take a step backwards, but my back hits a wall. The sphere follows me in lockstep. He rests his left hand on the wall beside my head, caging me in. Veer reaches for me. His fingers curl under my chin and lifts, forcing me to meet his little gaze. Would you believe me if I said that that the eyes are the window to the soul? Eyelids twitch. Cliché, I know, but let me tell you a little secret. Fear leans in until his lashes tickle my cheek, and a warm, faint spice scent of his hair drowns out the Hey! That's a long sentence, drowns out the stench of grease, cooking fires, and chimney smoke. His eyes pin me down. There's nothing you can hide from me. His voice is so low, so supple I could slip into it. You poor thing, led astray by those you trusted most. You caused so much suffering unknowingly. I know that pain. I can help you forget it all. My heart hammers, my lungs burn as though each breath is being stolen away. How could he possibly know? This must be some kind of trick. With Ron's fear isn't smiling. All that suffering has made your soul so irresistible. The look on his face makes my blood run cold. I've seen it before. Traveling through the waste, lanterns would occasionally reveal carcasses picked clean by starving scavengers, whose eyes shone in the dark with that same ravenous hunger. Fear takes a shuddering breath. You're trembling. What if you and I went somewhere quieter, alone? No, I don't think I will. Part of me wants nothing more than to let him take me under, to surrender completely to him. It would be so easy. But I'm not about to give up now. You're late! The lutist! Fear blinks, his voice coming out soft and breathy. Shame. He eases back, and for what feels like the first time since he cornered me, I can breathe. But I breathe. Okay, but my relief is short-lived. Nimble fingers trail down my jaw before tilting my chin up. His touch is feather-light and teasing, but my pulse still leaps. First lips twist into a smile, his wide-ringed pupils thinning with amusement. You're fun, Moon, even if you frequently forget your place. If you ever call me a dog again, I'll break you. Understood? And I narrow my eyes at him, he laughs under his breath. As soon as Fear releases me, I sink against the alley wall to catch my breath. He looks down on me. Let's get one thing straight. I ate a monster 3 times your size for breakfast. 2, actually. The first tasted dreadful like Fisherman's antique ashtray, but that's beside the point. You and I may be alike, but don't ever forget what I am or what I do best. He smells wide enough to flash his sharp white fangs, with much of warning as a smirk. What did I do? Other than not hydrate. The crash of shattering glass cuts through the air. I whip around to see a drunk stumble past the alley, leaving a trail of beer and broken glass in his wake. I glance at Fear. I was trying to scare you. Not happening! I know my alerts too well. He's gone, vanished into the dark. And I'm left in the deserted alley, trembling with a delirious mix of exhaustion and excitement. Fuck. Only once my racing heartbeat slows down do I make my way back towards the wick, guided by the distant sound of a referee. Okay. Very cool. We have 3 more. Let's go do Karash next. I can do this. 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 Hot on Karash's heels, I squeeze out of the bar. For everyone I've met, he seems the most likely to help me, and the least likely to murder me on a whim. He said I could go to the clinic whenever I needed help. Time to see if he's a man of his word. I breathe a sigh of relief. Once I'm free of the crowded bar, hearing me, Karash turns my way. I take it the Amaryllis district is not to your liking. If nothing else, it's wildly different from this secluded temple where I spent most of my days. It's a bit overwhelming, but that's not why I stepped out. You do not require treatment after that fall, do you? Scowl up at him, and he holds out his hand in a mollifying gesture. I apologize, but please continue. There There you are! Someone cuts across me towards Courage, stopping us both in the middle of the street. Even in the dim pink haze that blankets everything, there's no mistaking her pressed white uniform. She's from the Cenobium, though the flourish on her clothing looks a bit different than the others I've seen. I swiftly step back, making myself as inconspicuous as possible. Nervous onlookers sidestep Courage and the cleric. They form an island of white in a sea of people teeming with color. Is this a bad time? Persistence is not always a virtue. That's what you said last time. And take this and be gone. Gross reaches into his coat and produces 3 tiny glass vials bound together with a thick leather cord. A silvery powder shimmers inside. He gently flicks the vial, watching the contents swirl and extend them to the cleric. This is it? She looks extremely unimpressed. Looks can be deceiving. He throws me a glance, and with a swift smile and too surprised to respond. Courage was the first to warn me about Cenobium. No one had anything good to say about it. And yet, here he is, openly dealing with a Cenobium cleric in the Amaryllis district. I glance at Courage, and then the cleric, who seemed to notice me for the first time. A new patient of yours! Her eyes linger on me for a long, tense moment, but when Courage steps between us, she sighs and disappears into the seething crowd. Something amiss. What was that about? Yeah, what was that about? Lower your voice. It is of little consequence. That all you have to say? After the earful you gave me about Cenobium, you... Be calm. He holds one finger to his lips, which suddenly curl into a cat-like smile. Now, please join me on the short stroll. Courage golden eyes twinkle in the low light. He beckons me away from the main thoroughfare and down the side street filled with vendors hawking late-night snacks. Yeah! Wait! Powerfully curious, despite myself, I hurry after Courage. Each of his long, graceful strides easily doubles mine. I catch a glimpse of his gleaming white coat as it disappears around the corner of the street. The moment I catch up, the enticing scent of freshly baked goods floods my nose. My stomach rumbles loudly. One honey pistachio cookie, please. I'm gonna drop the voice because my voice is fucking shredded. It hurts. Coming right up. Without breaking a swift pace, Courage plucks the sticky confection out of the merchant's hand and offers it to me. Heavenly smells make my stomach rumble again. I take a bite without hesitation. That's delicious. Courage watches me with an indulgent smile, but I notice he hasn't gotten anything for himself. You're not hungry? You're not concerned yourself with me, He stops mid-sentence, his eyes starting back the way he came. The hair stick up on the back of my neck. I turn just enough to peek over my shoulder, hoping I don't look too suspicious. Sure enough, it's the same cleric who waylaid us in the street, now looking very irritated. Uh-oh. Well, disappointment can be a learning experience. Glimmers of realization dawn over me and stare up at him. What exactly was in those vials? Perhaps a potent alchemical catalyst. Or some selfish skin. The two do resemble one another, and it can be quite difficult to tell them apart. Is he serious? I chance another glance at the cleric, who's now trying to elbow her way between the food stalls. A few people move aside, but most don't even notice our efforts. The street's too packed with hungry patrons. Shall we? Without waiting for my response, Courage glides swiftly into the crowd once more. Is there a point to all this running around? Other than for my personal amusement? I suppose I would like to show the sights. He is serious. Or seriously fucking with me. My disquiet must be shown, because Courage smiles softens. You have nothing to fear from her. It ducks into what looks like an abandoned doorway that opens into a small covered market. Those here are packed with more spices than I knew existed. Taking a short breath makes me sneeze. Courage slows his pace, occasionally pausing to examine the insistent hawker's wares. Wait! He looks up from a display of livid red leaves, each as long as my forearm. You said you have nothing to fear. I have nothing to fear, but everyone in Iridia seems to worry of the Cenobium. People fear the obvious trappings of power, wealth, force, or an ostentatious tower. For my part, I find such trappings disappointing. The Cenobian once had great potential. They squandered it decades ago, in the pursuit of trinkets, pleasure, and petty tyranny. Their narrow, prosaic interests have rendered them blind to all else that moves. I think that's the most I've heard Koresh say on any topic. You sound like you know them well. Restat said a long, low sigh. You miss Little Moon. Familiarity breeds contempt, and I'm more familiar with the Cenobium's crude methods than I would like to be. Now I'm getting somewhere. Something beyond vague warnings or swift deflections. I decide to press the point. Well, I still have the chance. Familiar how? Koresh stops in front of a pickled fruit display, and they nearly run into his back. He steps aside at the last moment and rests his arm gently but firmly on my waist. I tense, but he's careful to avoid my bandaged hands. Our pursuers refuse to take no for an answer. Again? I thought we lost her in the crowd. I crane my neck to look for the cleric, but Koresh shakes his head. This way. The next street over is home to a high-end brothel, with steep stairways and shadowy passages, perfect for discreet tourists or losing a persistent tail. Pink curtains and painted facades sprawl around me like a giant, colorful warren. It only takes a few more twists and turns, down blind alleys and narrow walkways before I'm completely turned around. Koresh, however, seems to be following some map in his mind. He takes each turn with swift confidence, guiding me with the occasional nudge. The passages between teetering buildings are so narrow that we have to slink through single file. Just a little further. His effortless grace is almost infuriating. It takes every ounce of concentration I have to avoid tripping over loose tiles, discarded clothes, and unidentifiable rubbish. Meanwhile, Koresh's long legs seem to float over every obstacle. His clothes are still pristine despite the soot-stained walls around us. How the hell does he do it? Still trying to puzzle it out when I realize how warm the alley has become. The tiny gap between Koresh and me radiates heat like a brilliant midday sun at the peak of hot summer. With a start, I realize it's more than physical warmth. This sensation calms my nerves and quiets my mind. The closest thing I've ever felt to a comforting embrace. Fuck! Ow! That hurt me. What? Wow, we are sad. Oh, we need someone to hug. We are not. Oh, wow. We are in such a bad state of mind. Oh my god. We are not doing good. Reach for his hand! I can. What do you mean I can hold his hand? What do you mean I can hold his hand? I can hold his hand! I can hold his hand! Instinct and longing to overthrow reason, I watch as if in slow motion when my bandaged fingers reach out for his. This is why I risk my life and limb, isn't it? Chasing a cure of fool's hope of safety and warmth. Chris turns just about before I brush the hem of his sleeves, and common sense viciously reasserts itself. Moon? I want to leap back and bury my hands in my cloak, but the golden eyes pierce through me, staking me to the ground. I'm sorry, You've done nothing wrong. His long fingers clap my outstretched palm! Hand holding! We get to hold his hand! We get to hold his hand! My imagination conjures wild images of his touch sparking a flame, rendering cotton and cursed flesh to ash. Instead, taking infinite care not to disturb my bandages, he lowers my hand, follow me. You have nearly lost our pursuer. We held hands. I mean, it was protected hand holding, but it was still hand holding. Oh, joy. Wonderful. Give me 14 right now. We emerge on the opposite side of the Amaryllis district. Warm light dances across the river from all directions. I approach the edge of the water transfixed. It's incredible. Aurelia holds beauty and horror in equal measures. Did you enjoy your impromptu tour? Relief escaped me in a tired laugh. After narrowly escaping death, playing keep away from a Cenobian cleric almost seems normal. It was a nice change of pace. He laughs, too, a soft and pleasant chuckle, completely at odds with his usual cold demeanor. Are you sure we've lost her? She will not deign to follow us this far. He sounds confident enough. I was starting to wonder if we'd have to make a full circuit of the city to ditch her. A flicker of lamplight falls across the shore, softening his features. I should escort you back to your lodgings. It will be unwise to let you go alone. What about you? Are you staying at the Wet Wake? Of course not. Then you're going back to your clinic. Alone? You just thought that was a bad idea. He pauses, stares at me, then this expression relaxes into a gentle smile. Fear not, then. Only the most desperate or foolish would dare lay a hand on me. It sounds insane, after two near-death soulless encounters, but part of me believes him. A few times we'll cuddle beneath the street lamp and in doorways, desperate to be as close to safety as possible. Karash, on the other hand, looks more relaxed than ever. He strolls along the riverbank as if it were broad daylight. Even walking beside him makes me feel more secure, warmer inside and out. I seize that faint spark of hope and muster my courage. Did you mean it this morning, when you said I could come back to you for help? Every word. His mirth vanishes, replaced by calm focus. I don't know what to say to that. I have expected his offer to be a courtesy, an easy way to get me out the door. The fact that he meant it. Why do you ask? His eyes flicked briefly to my arm, the one that he miraculously reattached when he found me. I can almost imagine him counting the neat stitches. I want to be sure. I'm still figuring out who's trustworthy and who's trouble. Let's see. Aurelia does tend to attract extreme individuals. Including you? I refuse to incriminate myself in your eyes. I can recognize a smooth deflection when I hear one. If he won't talk more about himself, maybe he'll tell me about someone else. I decide to ask about... Ace. Have you ever been out to see Ace at the Sea Spring? Once. Only one? Seems like a spring with miraculous powers would interest the doctor. A long silence follows, so long that I'm not sure Karash heard me. I'm about to repeat myself when he finally speaks in a near whisper. Ace is the rare newcomer, who has immediately proven himself worthy of respect. The Sea Spring is another matter. Hidden depths often contain unwelcome secrets. You could say that about anything about here. A fair point, nonetheless. I have seen many purported wonders, and the Sea Spring is unlike any other. Only time will tell what that means. Leander. Why did you send me to Leander for help? You know Aurelia better than Leander. The company he keeps can be questionable, but I had confidence in him. Yes, adders were rough around the edges. Leander has always preferred the company of those like him. Survivors of Lowtown's harsh realities. It was of note how they flocked to him. I know. Leander seems to know every single person in the Wet Wig. And that's a good thing? Leander's closest peers trust them with their lives. I would say that counts for something. Veer. How do you know Veer? Chris visibly stiffens, and I remember the venom in Veer's voice when he grabbed me. That fucking doctor. It looks like the feeling is mutual. Regrettably, Fear is one of my worst patients. How did you cross his path? He stole my room key. You're fortunate he did nothing else. He is far deadlier than he seems. There's a reason for that collar and chain. Fear seems suspicious to me. I hesitate, waiting for Karash to elaborate, but he seems to find even the thought of Fear distasteful. Min. Sounds like you and Min know each other well. Karash heaves a long-suffering sigh. I know them better than most, but not as well as I would like. Like you, Min is a recent arrival. Their time here has been particularly difficult. As much as I would like to help. He trails off, but I know exactly what he's talking about. Min doesn't seem like the sort to accept help. Do they always pick fights with adversaries twice their size? I've implored them not to, but they rarely listen. From my curiosity sake, for now, I fell silent. I wish Karash had given me a little more to go on, but he's almost as tight-lipped about the others as he is about himself. When we circled back to the Wet Wig, the Amaryllis district seems even more raucous than before. Drunken patrons overflow into the wine-scented streets. How am I supposed to sleep with all this racket? I suggest a stiffest drink at the bar. Alternatively, a bowl of mats. Very funny. Even with how tired I am, I'm not sure I'll get a wink of sleep. I'm about to say goodnight when someone staggers out of the Wet Wig and glides into me. I stumble back, heels teetering on the edge of the filthy gutter. Moon? Next thing I know, a pair of warm arms catch me around my waist. I find myself staring up at Karash, pressed against his chest. His grasp loosens, but he doesn't quite let me go. Something shifts in his gaze. His eyes fix on my face, and I feel myself growing hot all over at his intense scrutiny. What does he see in me? What is he looking for? Karash? My apologies. Even after moving away, Karash's warmth permeates my clothes. I quickly took my clothes straight, trying to recollect my scattered thoughts. Good night. Thank you for everything today. You are most welcome. He turns and slips into the crowd, though I can pick out his pristine white coat with ease. A chilly gust howls down the street. Why did it get so cold? So okay, main menu, yes. So my thought, right, because I have done a deep dive into the lore of this game. I think he might be a fallen angel, or an angel straight up. He has a lot of heat, like a lot of warmth. Soup! Hi! Welcome in! He has a lot of angel and heat and shit like that, so... Hi, lovely! Hey, hon! My voice is dying! I've been reading for 3 hours. 3.5. Soup dope, we ready for duty! Hi! Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, let's go with Ace. Yeah, I think he's either fallen angel or full angel, and he's here for some fucking reason. He's old as shit. Now, who do you need eliminated? No one! Funnily enough, morbid curiosity draws after me. Ace, slink out the back of the Wet Wig. My husband! I'll put my knives away. At least that's silent. Not really what I expected from a fight. A dull crunch reaches my ears, then a thud. Peer at the corner of the building, careful to keep hidden. Dark, glistening red coats the ground, spidering down shallow ridges in the cobblestone. It guides my eye to a collapsed body across from me. How are you? I'm good. My throat hurts. Send help. Once so violent, the lowlife is now little more than a sack of crumpled flesh blotted with mud. Ace exhales, his breath misting against the cold air. Blood flecks his knuckles as he looms over the motionless man. Have hot chocolate? I would, but I'm lactose intolerant. I also do not have hot chocolate at home. Fear spreads like ice in my bones. Moments ago, he was joking and friendly with others, but now... Ace crimson eyes find me in the dark. Not running, Sparrow. I love him! He's so handsome! I love him! I don't have oat milk either. Rise to my feet. I thought it was out of sight. Got eyes in the back of my head. He's a cutie pie. Oh, he can. He's more than a cutie pie. Okay, he's apparently big everywhere. Or so we've been told. Big everywhere, really? Quoting Veer. Steps off the man. He can butter your toast. I'll eat a biscuit with him. He steps off the man. My eyes stay locked on the body. It's wet with layers of blood and grime. I'm completely still. He's alive. Are you sure? Calling me a killer or a liar? Calm down, no horny mate. Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong channel. We are horny mate. That's like my whole thing. You're a killer. Killer. Must be scared. You won't hurt me. You know, I'm kidding. I know. It comes out less confident than I'd like. His eyes flick down my body, then up again. Not like him, at least. Okay. In what way were you planning on hurting me? Asking for scientific research. Just, not like him. Is my face hurting yet from all the smiling? It is. Ace tries to rub his red knuckles clean, but ends up smearing blood around more. Keep making bad impressions of you. Didn't know you cared about my opinion! Just prefer you didn't piss yourself when we talk. I know he's bubbles in my chest. Well, I'm not pissing myself, even with your bad impressions. Like the first time we met, Ace chips away at my fear, replacing it with irritation instead. He kneels beside the lowlife and frisks him. I can't help but wonder if the crime was worth the punishment, but I hold my tongue. Deftly, Ace's hands search through the man's pockets. It doesn't take him long to find his prize, a cigarette and matchbox. Just wanted to stop by while I'm happy you're here. He strikes a match, and sparks illuminate his angular features. With a golden glow, it's distracting for a moment, but my gaze inevitably drops back to the muddy body. You're just gonna leave him there? Ace draws deep from the cigarette. He exhales heavily, smoke curling past his lips. I breathe in a sweet spice scent. As his tension melts away, he looks at me with colded eyes. Should I give him a blanket? Unbothered by the maybe corpse, he takes a seat on the crate opposite of the bar. I stand awkwardly, forgetting why I came here in the first place. An unpleasant silence stretches between us. Weather's nice. Yeah. How'd that weather be? Cold, murky, and humid, he means. I want to believe he's teasing me, but for all I know, this is pleasant for a video. Was Princess good company? Ooh! He takes another long drag. His metal rings catch the light of the cigarette and the flash of red. The soul is who escorted you back. You named it Princess? Jealous. I return his smile. You have no idea. I think your nickname's more fitting. Sparrow. Not sure where he's got it from. Maybe I should tell him to call me by my name, but it's kind of nice. Not that I'd ever tell him that. Before I can dissect my feelings, I quickly change the subject back to the solace. She was cute. She was kind of cute in a weird way. I glanced absent-mindedly at my hand, remembering how she nuzzled my palm. His eyes softened for a brief moment. Her tail wouldn't stop going when she got back. The group of them don't get much attention. Think she's cute now. Wait till you see her tricks. You taught her tricks! Can she play dead? Can she speak? Can she do a paw? What tricks, Ace? I must know. Can she fetch? I must know. Princess is a smart one. She'll learn anything if you have the right reward. Sounds about right. The idea of a tamed Solus is still so outlandish to me. I was attacked by mindless, bloodthirsty beasts, and he's talking about them like they're pets. But it's possible because of the sea spring. I need to get the answers he wouldn't give me before. I carefully take a seat beside him on the crate, contemplating my strategy. Ace doesn't seem to mind. He closes his eyes, tilting his head back against the wall, relaxed. Without the pressure of his intense gaze, I feel myself ease off. As long as I keep my attention away from the bloody heap across from us. I glance over at Ace and let my eyes linger. Sea glass-colored tattoo spirals up his arm, bending over grooves of muscle. Silver jewelry glints in the moonlight, drawing my eyes to his bare chest, rough hands, carved jaw. His ears, his horns, his pupils, everything about Ace is sharp, even the fangs that only show when he grins. But my attention draws back to the tattoo. Something about it feels unnatural, as if the tendrils move when I'm not looking. Huh. What's your verdict? I whip my head the opposite direction. What verdict? Got a long good look. Are you impressed or do I need work? My face grows hot. You're annoying. You're annoying. Your response with a low chuckle draped in smoke didn't stop you from staring. Listen here, you ass. That might be true, but it doesn't mean you have to point it out. You can be both. You can be hot and annoying. This is a fact. You can be both. My embarrassment spikes, without thinking I blurt out a new topic. I have a question about the sea spring. Boredom eclipses his amusement in an instant, as he closes his eyes again. Of course you do. I thought I made myself clear about what you'd be giving up. Yeah, before you kicked me out to go drinking, I still need to know more. My turn for a question. Sounds more like an order, bristled under his narrowed gaze. Fine. Takes a long pull from his cigarette and lets the smoke trail slowly from his nose. Your curse. What about it? The song and dance is all too familiar. The selfish questions come first. What does it do? Is it painful? Can you control it? I brace myself for the inevitable onslaught. Is the thought of living with it really so unbearable? Dread dies with his words. No one's ever asked me that before. You've survived this long. Unless you're running out of time, I'd wonder if it's really worth the sacrifice. He flicks his cigarette aside and props his head on blood-smeared knuckles. What do I know? I'm just an outsider. My fingers fuss with the trim of my cloak. Ordinarily I'd be annoyed, but now my chest feels tight. Could have sold me if you were less honest. You're a shit salesman. He laughs under his breath. Only when I like the buyer. He likes us! He likes us! He likes us! Okay. He likes us. We lapse into silence again. This time it's surprisingly nice. Quiet, chilled air is a balm on my nerves. You know, you didn't seem like an outsider back at the bar. People like you. I'm guessing they're the reason you ditched me earlier. It wasn't personal. I was lonely. The answer is so simple. It disarms me. Hard to blame him for that. Then you owe me. Call it the price of forgiveness. Ace raises a brow at me. So if I'm going to last in the city, I need to know who I'm dealing with. Start asking about Leander. You and Leander clearly get along well. You like Leander? Doesn't everyone? He's helped me a lot since I arrived in Iridia. He even got me a free room at the Wet Wig. His charm has gotten him far, but for a leader, sure likes it when others take charge. Part of me desperately wants to ask what he means, but Ace continues before I get the chance. Surprised we get along? I thought you'd be at each other's throats, not drinking buddies. His smile is easy. There's a dangerous edge to it. Leander's done a good job for a human. Naturally, there'll come a time when his resolve will be tested. Same could be said for anyone, in this place or the next. As for my resolve, stick around in the radio long enough, and you'll find out. And not slowly. Can't decide if that's a promise or a threat. Got any more observations, Sparrow? Min. Maybe Min doesn't necessarily like you, but they definitely pay attention to you. His exasperated reaction takes me off guard. He growls, pinching the bridge of his nose. I make enemies as easy as a breeze, Sparrow. Doesn't bother me. But the doves got it out for me for no reason. Maybe they're unsettled by the sea spring? It's not about that. It goes without saying that they've got some issues. I don't think they'd understand that you catch more flies with honey than vinegar. Honey's left a bad taste in my mouth in the past. Could be the same for them. At least you're capable of holding a conversation. Do me a favor and teach the doves some manners. Thought they'd lay off eventually if I didn't bite. Hasn't happened yet. I briefly considered the possibility that Min wants to get in, but I'm not about to propose that. Karash. I didn't know that you and Karash were friends. In a way, I help him in the clinic sometimes. Doctor doesn't let most people closer than arm's length. And you do? Heart's on my sleeve. Yet it sounds like Karash was like this in the past. Must have been burned. He trails off those shrugs. He opens up in his own way, so he's relaxed enough. I can't even imagine that. You'd be surprised. Even the doctor has an endearing side. I can't decide what's more intriguing. The fact that Karash has an endearing side, or that Ice managed to coax it out of him. Tell me if you uncover any of his other secrets. I'd kill to know more. Veer. I was surprised to see you and Veer were close. Blessing and a curse. From what I've gathered, most people think he's, I don't know, an asshole. And water's wet. I wait for him to elaborate, but he doesn't. So, what do you like about him? Ace lets out a quiet laugh. A lot of things. You already named one. You like that he's an asshole? Temperament matches the drapes. Looks good in blood and better in tears. Oh, so you're a sadist. Okay. Noted. Noted. Favorite thing's the tail. Sometimes it frizzes up if you... He catches himself, clearing his throat. It's hard not to let the disappointment show by expression. Fear is one of the most honest people you'll meet. Just don't listen to a single thing he says. Yep, no, that sounds about right. Well, that was confusing. I haven't cleared my debt yet. You're forgiven for now, but my point stands. You don't strike me as an outsider. In my experience, outsiders don't have friends. I don't. I level him with a tired look. Fine, I'll confess I have one friend. Don't say yourself. Osidius. As soon as he says the name, a thick wave of unease runs through me. The same sensation I felt at Sea Spring at the outskirts. But as quick as the sick feeling hits, it dissipates, leaving me eerily numb to the prickling cold. Who's that? A friend lives in my head. It lives in your head? I stubbs his temple with his finger. Right here. Scared you of yet? That'd be the third bad impression I've made on you today. I stood for a long moment, processing what he just told me. Then I burst into a fiddle of laughter. You're serious! His grin's wide enough to flash his fangs. Deadly. It sounds so fucking absurd, especially on top of everything I've gone through in the past 2 days. Feels like I'm living in a fever dream. I've come close to death more times than I can count. I've encountered Tame Soulless and the horrifying group's mind. Now I'm supposed to believe that there's someone living inside A's head. There are tears in my eyes by the time I rein myself in. Ace waits patiently, lips quirked in amusement. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. You've made it sound so normal. Tension around my shoulders, so tight it smelled away. For the first time in a long time, I don't feel like I'm bracing to break. I feel like I can breathe. Then Ace lifts his hand, and his tongue finds the hollow beneath my eye, brushing away a tear with an unexpected softness. It's a nice laugh. can't be soft. No, you give this man too much. You give him too much power. Oh no. Oh no. Lucas, where in a rat's ass are you? A shout cracks a spell. Gracious, gruff shouts echo down the streets, followed by the thunder of heavy boots sloshing through mud. The voices share the lowlife's accent. The same lowlife who still may be dead, lying bloodied across from us. I nearly forgot about him. I jumped to my feet as our voices got louder. They're closing in quick. It pulls me by my wrist out of the alleyway, from the beaming moonlight. We dive into a nook between the buildings, swelled in the shade of tattered canopies. It's a tight fit. Ace boxes me in against the wall, close enough that the air between us vanishes. For the second time today, the heady scent of smoke envelops me, now cut with the metallic tinge of someone else's blood. It pitches his voice low. Quiet. My heart leaps into my throat. I'm suddenly acutely aware of the heat radiating off Ace, the feeling of his legs grazing my thighs, and the closeness of his breath. This is bad. I scrub against him and earn a bruising crimson glare. Do we really have to? His hand covers my mouth, muffling my whisper. He shakes his head. Don't. Damn, he's over here. Lucas, wake up, you bastard! A group of individuals, all brandishing spiked weapons, filled the alleyway. They wore violent sashes, some kind of uniform. I wish I could see what they were doing, but Ace's arm blocks my sight. My eyes trail up the teal markings that coil around his arm, his bicep. They lead up to his collarbone, past the cords hanging around his neck, into the smuggest smirk I've ever seen. Nom! I move before I can think, my lips parting as my teeth sink into Ace's palm. Hard. He winces, surprise flashing across his face. His hand leaves my mouth, and I gasp for air. My breath is rapid from the adrenaline, but it's only when I lick my lips when I taste the metallic tang of blood. Then I realize I broke skin. Panic builds in my chest, my body tense, bracing for his reaction. Every movement he makes is slow and deliberate. He cants his head, leans close to my ear, and in a husky whisper only I can hear. At least someone drew blood today. A hot thrill jolts through me. For a heartbeat, I forget how to breathe. The voice in the alley grabs Ace's attention this time. Shit, he's got more broken ribs and whole ones. What kind of freak did this? Fan out, find the one responsible. You three, take Lucas back to base. At least he's still breathing. The alley clears out, his footsteps rush away from us. We stay until they're distant, melting into the rumble of the quarter. When we finally step back into the moonlight, the night air is ice on my skin. Dazed, I feel the need to keep my eyes off of Ace at all costs. Was that really necessary? Could ask you the same thing. Didn't know sparrows could bite. You know what? Fair point. But you did kind of shove your hand in my mouth, so whose fault is it? You're lucky I didn't do worse. Try me. Thought of wiping that shit-eating grin off his face is definitely tempting. Staying hidden was the best option. It would have been a hassle to run into them with you here. What? Because I'm dead weight? Because 3 bad impressions are enough for one day. The answer is too vague for my liking. But he's probably right. Either way, I don't have the energy to argue. Come on, Sparrow. Let's get you home before you're framed for murder. Very funny! Ha ha! Reach the front of the wet wicks too quickly. I hate to admit it, but I don't want to part from Ace yet. And not just because he never answered my questions. He's infuriating as much as he makes me feel on edge. He can also make me feel safe, secure somehow. You know where to find me. At the creepiest place in the world. Take your time before you decide to drink. I happen to like your shitty attitude. It takes me a moment to process that, then my eyes flutter down to my feet. I'll keep that in mind. When I glance back up from the ground, Ace is already down the street, disappearing into a throng of people. No fanfare, not even a wave. Asshole. Cool, we can do the last one! The very, very last one, Leander. Yet again, I find myself squeezing through a crowd to lead Leander. As the bartender leaves, Leander's expression falls with a spent sigh. He reaches over the counter to grab a bottle of black rum and skillfully pops it open for a swig. When he spots me, worry overtakes him. Are you hurt? Leander's in front of me in a flash. I'm searching for injuries. Can't help but let out a small sigh. Bluff. Don't worry, I've dealt with worse. That's a relief to hear. Sort of. You know what they say, it's not a party without mayhem and violence. Is that what they say? He offers me the rum, and I politely decline. I'd rather not get into more trouble if I can help it. Instead, I plop down on the bar stool, doing my best to ignore the stickiness from who knows what. He sits beside me, resting his arms on the counter's edge behind us. With how close our stools are, I feel encircled by his body. 2 days and you've already met everyone worth knowing. How are you finding Iridia so far? Not what I expected. Honestly? Iridia is a sanctuary, but I've already been threatened, robbed, and almost killed several times. It's a wonder you're still standing. Give him a wry smile. I'm nothing if not resilient, like a cockroach. I'm rewarded with a warm laugh that draws the eyes of nearby adders. You're definitely not a roach. Unfortunately, I couldn't say the same for the others here tonight. He glances towards the bar back exit, where Ace had dragged the lowlife outside. There's a brief glimmer of amusement on his face, before his attention is back on me. Keep a better eye on you. You deserve to enjoy everything that Iridia has to offer. I'd like that. The underslip sips his rum and watches the crowd. Everyone seems invigorated by the free drink on his tab. Have you at least come to try some Iridian cuisine? I had some fried dough sticks from a vendor near Karash's clinic. As soon as I began describing my meal, Leander nods with recognition. Belong, lads, from whence? You have to try them with the porridge. There's another stall food box away that specializes in roast-red rice pudding. I could take you there sometimes. It sounds delicious and expensive. Though now Leander would insist on paying, despite the thought of relying on handouts. Or I can take you there once I earn some money. I still owe you for the inn room. You don't owe me anything, Moon. Giving you a place to sleep isn't generosity, it's human decency. If there's anything I can do to help keep you safe, I'll do it in a heartbeat. Everything you says feels alien to me. The concept of human decency has long felt obsolete in this world, let alone someone actually caring for my safety. I stare at him, inspecting those clear emerald eyes for a hint of deception. Is there something on my face? As I lean back, if only. Oh, what were you looking for? Honesty. Whatever that looks like. You don't believe me? It's just that you're saying all the right things, I don't know. Maybe I'm just skeptical that someone like you could even exist. Leander considers this for a moment, rolling the rum around in his bottle. He sets the rum back on the counter with a clink. The next thing I know, Leander carefully takes one of my hands in his. The leather is rough, but his warmth seeps through. I can't change whatever happened in your past, believe me, I would try if I could. But you're here now, and I'll do my best to help you. Grateful you're even giving me a chance at all. Gaze drops to my hands wrapped up in his larger one. I remember how he felt yesterday. His smooth skin was electric to the touch. If you've seen what I've done, you might feel different. He lifts my chin with the crook of his finger, forcing our eyes to lock once more. You're not dangerous, Moon. Trust me on that. My heart skips. I feel trapped in the softness of his expression and the lightness of his touch. His eyes are captivating, like cut jewels peeking through long lashes. And then gets admired and long. Leander notices some adders watching us. He lightly clears his throat and pulls away. Well, maybe a little dangerous considering I forget my manners when I'm with you. Sure, I have a way of capturing my attention. Face blushes. I also clear my throat and rack my brain for a response. Sorry I forgot that you're famous around here. Leander snorts and shakes his head. I'm nothing of the sort. Sighed. I should be the one apologizing. The last thing I want is to draw unneeded attention to you. I've been wondering, is it okay that you're spending time with me? Don't you have work to do with the Adderstones or anything? I don't know how his group functions, but he sure likes to spend time at the Wet Wig. Don't worry, there's plenty of work to do. Not tonight. Some days are slower than others. He came at the right time. I smiled, comforted by the idea of having good luck for once in my life. So I crashed your little party. I had no idea you all knew each other. I had no idea you knew all of them. How did you manage to meet everyone so quickly? Honestly, I don't know. It's been a whirlwind. I'm a little jealous. Part of me wants to keep you all to myself. Marry me. For your own safety, of course. Sure. Everyone might seem nice, but half of them are monsters and the other half have their own faults. Sound like you know them really well. I do, probably more than some of them realize. Are you curious about anyone? I'm happy to tell you what I know. Min, interesting. Not very forthcoming though. I get the feeling they could use a friend. Want to befriend them? Not necessarily. I'm not sure that's even possible. It's possible with enough persuasion, that is. Wandered to the side door that Min slid out of. Are the two of you friends? Depends on your definition of friendship. But show me their soft side. The one they hide behind their grumpy exterior. I believe they're more attached to the people around them than they let on. These days, vulnerability doesn't get much except heartache. Unless you find the right person, of course. Courage. It's like a good person, although it's hard to believe anyone's a good person these days. What does your gut tell you? He's a bit suspicious. I think he's suspicious. No one can be that good without an agenda. Usually I'd agree, but Chris has made me a believer. He works hard to serve Lowtown. He's patched me up too many times to count. Sometimes you come across people who completely change your outlook. Doesn't happen often. But in this case, I think you should trust him. You make it sound so easy. It's not easy. It's necessary. What's the point of living if we can't trust one another? You! Ace. So you're friends with Ace? You could say that. We've known each other for a long time. A fine long time. 6 years, give or take. It tells me I'm the first decent human he met after coming from the Shrouds. Could just be flattery now. Flattery from Ace. I feel like we're talking about different people. Really? What did you think of him? He's honest. It's frustrating at times. I think the sea spring is scarier than he is. You visited the sea spring? The disappointed look eclipses Leander's easy smile, grow worried. Is that a bad thing? I wouldn't underestimate Ace or the sea spring. There's something dark lurking within both of them. It's hard to disagree. Give him a slow nod. I'll be careful. Good. Just remember that Ace doesn't see humans as equals. Fear. What do you know about fear? Leander shakes his head slowly, his expression grave. He's a living example of the Cenobians' cruelty. Most days, they keep him on a short leash. I'm surprised you met him. I feel bad for him. I don't even know the Cenobium had prisoners. I feel bad for him. The Cenobium is an ode to false heroism and unethical practices, but fear is by no means a model citizen. Isn't at least for the good of the people. You don't want to know the rumors I've heard. Apparently, he's done some reprehensible things. But if you hate the Cenobium, do you actually believe that? To love or to hate the Cenobium is one thing, but take one look at Fear in combat, and you'll know he's better off in a cage. By the way, have you kept your little secret? Our secret? He wiggles those fingers at me. Oh, he means my curse. No one knows except you. Leander beams, his bright eyes crinkling at the corners. My heart flutters. I'm relieved to hear that. Let me know if you have some time to talk privately. I've already gathered some relevant information that you might be interested in. Really? That was fast. I live to serve. It's barely been a full day, and I don't doubt that Leander is flooded with connections, but I wonder what he's been able to dig up so soon. Thank you. I don't know how to thank you. We can talk about what I found first, and then you can decide on how to thank me. If you're not busy, we could go upstairs. It's harder for me to hide my eagerness, or maybe it's desperation, with any new knowledge about my curse. My response comes swiftly. I'm not busy. Leander gets to his feet, accessories jingling with each movement. After you? Only after we enter my inn do I start to overthink the situation. The room is little more than a dark box with a bed in the middle, which I forgot to make. Well, I didn't forget. I just didn't expect to have guests. Yet here I am, next to Leander, alone. Leander locks the door behind us. Peace and quiet. Except for the ongoing buzz of the bar beneath us and suspicious thuds from nearby rooms. Leander moves with familiarity through the space. With a flick of his fingers, the scones light up the walls. It makes spell work look so effortlessly. Dim ember light washes over us. He floats onto the edge of the disheveled squeaky bed. I shift awkwardly. The chair looks far too rickety, so my only option would be to sit beside him. My heart hitches at the thought. Something wrong? Shake my head, quickly waving my hand back and forth. No, nothing's wrong. Leander squints his eyes on me. You seem uncomfortable. A long silence later, he clicks his tongue. Shit, I'm so inconsiderate. This is your private space now, isn't it? You shouldn't be barging in here like that. No, that's not. I'm sorry. You've been through so much the past couple of days. We can talk about this tomorrow. You're stressed. Panic goes in my his chest. After everything he's done for me, I can't shut him out. What if there's no tomorrow? When he moves to stand, I rush forward. Without thinking, I plant my hands firm on his shoulders and reseat him on the bed. I'm above him now, staring down into his wide green eyes, with barely a breath of air between us. I didn't think this far ahead. I didn't think at all. Instead, I forced out the only words on my mind. Don't leave, please! Moon, you're afraid. My fingers tremble, and I'm about to pull away when Leander catches both my wrists in his hands. He guides my hands back to his broad shoulders, my palms resting firmly against him. I won't leave you. Piercing at the back of my eyes. I want so badly to believe those words. I try to muster as much strength as possible so my voice doesn't croak. You promise? I promise. What if I'm paranoid about you being nice to me? And I'll keep being nice until you get used to it. I won't leave you, and you won't leave me. The thumb throughout circles on the side of my wrist, grounding me. You have something I've never seen before. Your curse is strong, yet you're stronger. The way you're able to contain it. It's fascinating, and it's a little embarrassing. His voice lowers to a whisper. I haven't been able to stop thinking about you. I stare at him blankly, my brain refusing to process his words. What did you say? What? Who said that? Nothing. I mean, no one. Just forget I said anything. I mean, I didn't say anything. Haha. Am I dreaming? This feels like a dream. The air is dizzyingly hot, and I'm trying to keep up with what's happening. Leander continues anyway. I may be getting carried away with this. It's not every day I've had something that truly challenges me. But I'll do anything on your terms, at your pace. Anything you want. It just feels like it's about to burst. This man is going to be the death of me. Escort here. What do you want? For the briefest of moments, I feel a flash of something in Leander's eyes. Something scaldingly hot. Too many things. But I'll start with you! You want me? That is... Okay. No, that's fine. He slides his hands from my wrist to my palms and gently brings them down between us. You want me to stop? Tell me. I'll tell you. He chuckles lightly and I feel his breath brush against my cheek. I haven't been this close to someone in a long time. Slowly he begins to unwind the bandages, stopping occasionally to glance at me. I don't take my eyes off him. He tucks one of his gloves up with his teeth. The muscles in his forearm tighten when he flexes his freed fingers. I want you to know that whenever you need a taste of normalcy, I'll always be here for you. Eyes meet. Leander offers his hand again. The arm firms in my throat. I reach out, allowing the tips of my fingers to glide along the lines of his palm. He shudders with a nervous laugh. That tickles. I twine our fingers together and give an experimental squeeze. Nice, isn't it? Yeah. I've done this once already. But it still makes me lightheaded. Not sure I'll ever get used to it. And yet, I want to be even closer. We're already here, alone, in this dark room, on the edge of the bed. A sharp gasp escapes me as I quickly pull away. I can't let this get out of hand. Are you alright? I can barely hear him over my thundering heartbeat, and not clumsily wrapping my hands with bandages. I'm fine. I think. Sorry, I'm just a little bit overwhelmed. He gives me a faint smile. That's cute. Luckily, we're already in your room. I'll get out of here and let you go get some rest. I let out a breathless laugh at that. Leander rises and tucks his glove back on. Thanks, Leander, for everything. Gives me one last sweet smile, accompanied by a wink. Good night, Moon. Night. Long after he departs, I still feel the warmth of his skin on mine, running through the bandages. I'm going to have a hard time sleeping tonight. A feeling next at the back of my drowsy mind. I'm forgetting something really important. Wait, didn't Leander say he had some information for me? And with that, we are done.